Testing 1 2 1 2.
Ronnie, confirm you can hear me? Is it up? Good body, good body. Good, how are you? Ronnie, confirm you can hear me? Ronnie? Can you hear me?
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing.
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please. We will start. Interpretation test.
Interpretação, tá tudo bem? Can you start? Good morning.
Vamos dar início à nossa sessão, temos quórum. Consequentemente, vamos
Let's start.
com o tema os direitos
We're going to start.
e vai ser presidido pelo honorável Abubakri, presidente do grupo de trabalho.
Therefore, I shall invite the working group on children living disabilities. Well, from on my quality as the chair of this committee. Well, I'd like to commend the legendary hospitality that we have been bequeathed in virtue of the independence of the Kingdom of Lesotho. This session will finish or will anchor off at 13 hours so as to give one of the panelists a maximum of 1 hour for their presentation. Let me share with you, distinguished guests and participants, that I'm going to be more strict on time. Today is a public holiday and a day of glorious celebration. Therefore, we are going to work for 3 hours. No panelists will supplant 1 hour of presentation. And therefore, I'm giving the floor to Honorable Abubakri.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. Very good morning, distinguished colleagues. Very good morning to all the organs of AU civil society organization to discuss on
Handicap. Comme vous le savez, spécifique, tel que le groupe de travail, c'est les enfants et handicap. Aujourd'hui, on a des échanges assets.
we have focused on children with disabilities, and today we are talking about children living with disabilities. And this panel will focus on the status of children with disabilities, represented by colleagues from the Secretariat, Madame Nekou. She has 10 minutes to make her presentation, and thereafter we will have experiences of Algeria in how they applied the various laws regarding the rights of children. And Madame Aliane will represent the group. She is indeed the national focal point for the protection of children in Algeria.
Excellency.
Excellency, representatives of member states, distinguished guests, good morning. I'm going to make a presentation on the continental study on the status of children with disabilities, and I will just give a brief overview of the key findings and recommendations. So this study was undertaken under the mandate of the Working Group on Children with Disabilities, and one of the mandates is to examine and produce a comprehensive report on the status of the rights and welfare of children with disabilities. And that's the context under which this study was undertaken. And it analyzes the status of children with disabilities. The study explored both enabling conditions and barriers that prevent children with disabilities from exercising their rights enshrined in the Charter. It identified existing barriers and best practices from the country case studies. So semi-structured interview guides and focus group discussion tools were developed to generate primary data from 10 African Union member states, which are Mauritania, Guinea, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Namibia, Lesotho, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Algeria, and Egypt. And secondary data was gathered from desk research, including reports and studies of various organizations and recommendations of the ACERWC and relevant UN treaty bodies. So I'll start with the key findings. Some of the general findings of the study before I move to the focus on socioeconomic vulnerabilities. The study found that there are generally constitutional protections for children with disabilities in the studied member states. However, most legislation of the studied member states often adopts a medical or welfare model. Despite legal provisions for physical accessibility, many public and private spaces, including schools, healthcare facilities, and transportation systems, are not compliant, and this non-compliance extends to a lack of trained professionals and inadequate resources for, let's say, inclusive education and healthcare services. Policy frameworks are designed to protect and promote the rights of children with disabilities, are prevalent in nearly all of the member states. However, the effectiveness and implementation of these policies vary. Also, funding for disability support is inadequate, affecting the ability to execute programs effectively and sustain collaborations necessary for improving the rights and welfare of children with disabilities. And many of the studied member states show a lack of clarity in their mandates related to children with disability. There's also insufficient budget allocations and misuse of available resources. The study also identifies key areas where children with disabilities are particularly vulnerable, and for the purpose of this discussion, the focus will be on the socioeconomic vulnerabilities of children with disabilities. So I've categorized them into 4 areas: access to education, healthcare, social protection services, and then the heightened risk of poverty and marginalization. Poverty and economic vulnerability. So the study found that many children with disabilities are either not enrolled in school due to prevailing societal beliefs about their capabilities, or when they are enrolled, they face abuse and discrimination. The healthcare rights of children with disabilities are often overlooked, with many not receiving necessary medical attention due to misconceptions about their health outcomes or the financial constraints of their caregivers. Most of the studied member states, with the exceptions of Namibia and Egypt, rely heavily on institutionalized care as an alternative care method for children with disabilities. The justice system as well within the studied member states do not adequately include or serve children with disabilities. These children and their families often lack the necessary information and communication means to navigate and access justice, particularly in cases of abuse. However, there were good practices identified in the study. For example, there were new institutional and policy frameworks implemented in Lesotho, Namibia, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ethiopia, including the establishment of disability focal points in relevant ministries. There has also been effective representation practices which have been observed, such as, for example, in Togo, they have a National Children's Advisory Council, which includes children with disabilities. In Mauritania, children with disabilities are also included in the National Council for Children, and in Guinea and Benin, the Children's Parliaments ensure participation of children with disabilities. Moreover, collaborations between government organizations of persons with disabilities and non-governmental organizations have facilitated inclusive education in Guinea, Togo, Benin, Senegal, and Mauritania. Governments and CSOs have launched pilot projects to promote inclusive education. So I'll now move to the key recommendations of the study. Some of the key recommendations of the study include member states should lead by enacting appropriate policies and legislation to progressively eliminate political and institutional barriers that restrict the rights and protections of children with disabilities. Member states should establish inter-ministerial coordination task forces that report directly to high-level government offices and adopt intersectional approaches that address the diversity of children with disabilities. Line ministries and departments should transparently implement policies, plans, and strategies developing inclusive systems that facilitate the involvement of children with disabilities, OPDs, organizations of persons with disabilities, NGOs, and CSOs in the planning, execution, and monitoring of disability rights activities. National organizations of persons with disabilities, NGOs, and CSOs should develop awareness-raising and sensitization programs within national, regional, and international frameworks tailored to local contexts to address societal stigma. And finally, media outlets should be sensitized to use correct terminologies when referring to or reporting on children with disabilities, and the content should also be made accessible and child-friendly. So these are just some of a brief overview of the study, and I would encourage you all to read it when it is on our website. Thank you.
Merci Nato. Donc voici l'économie.
Thank you very much, Nato. Thank you, Nato. This is the report regarding children with disabilities on the continent. We looked at Namibia, Mauritania, Algeria, Burkina Faso, Kenya, where we gave very specific examples on actions that were exerted by this or made by these countries. This study was supposed to be launched since yesterday. We would like you to sensitize and share this study because there's a focus on children with disabilities and having a focus on education. Member states need to think about schooling of children who have disabilities. They have specific needs. We need to have an inclusive education. This needs to be done in all the states. By looking at this study, we need to understand that it needs to be shared, publicized, especially for children who have albinism. They have several issues within our societies. They're victims of attacks. Their rights are being violated. Having said so, after the presentations, we will have debates. And we will try and benefit from the experience of Algeria in terms of promoting and protecting the rights of children. We have Madame Aliane, who's the SG for the protection of the rights of children in Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. The ACERWC members, thank you for all the attendees with protocol observed. I would like to talk immediately about the topic. The topic is about observations about the study with regard to the case of Algeria, and then I'll give you our experience in this regard. I would like to thank those who prepared the study, and I thank them for having selected the subject, because the most affected segment of society is the segment of the disabled children, and I thank them that the Algerian experience has been highlighted. It is a pioneering expertise that deserve being studied. This study that is presented today, it is not given what it deserves, and that's why today we are here today. The committee has given us a good opportunity in order for us to enrich this study based on the Algeria's experience in this regard. The study does not depend on the Algerian Constitution for 2020 and did not depend on the child protection law, and that's why it is mentioned that in Algerian Constitution there is no provision for disability. For provision for children with disabilities. So that I say, the Algerian Constitution for 2022, it highlighted the interest of the child. So it provided for all the rights of children in the charter, and also it criminalized exploitation of children. Here I have to explain that having provided for all these rights, the matter is that all the children are equal without any discrimination. So the Algerian legislature does not provide for any kind of discrimination. But however, we have to differentiate between positive discrimination or what we call affirmative action. This is with regard to those people with special needs. So let us not prolong our speech on the legislative aspect. There are so many texts, such as the protection of people with disabilities, the law on the national education, which is also the health law. It also provides for protection for people with disability, and also the law for protection of children. This law, it gives a special attention to disabled children, and also it provides all the legislative protection like any other child, but there is a certain distinction or a special provision that the children with disability have the right to education, protection, health care, and in order to prepare them to take part in the political, social, and cultural life. The study also indicated that that given some of the provisions, the study says that some of the articles in the African Charter are not provided for in the Algerian legislation. That is not correct. I think in general, every article in the Charter is there mentioned in the legislation. At last, the legislature alerted to the fact that children with disability suffer from kind of bullying, and here punishment is very severe when the victim is a child. And I would like to summarize the most important texts of Algerian law that highlighted the protection of children with disability. This Algerian legislation is in line with the African Charter. What about the practical aspect? What about the embodiment of this legal text on the ground to protect the children, with disability? Since we started this course, we are talking about education and learning. In Algeria, Algeria has achieved 99% in this school term. However, when we say it is 99%, meaning that there is 1% remaining. So we have to wonder, where are they? Are they children with disabilities that didn't join education? Are they children with disability that have not been allowed because of stigma? Algeria has taken a very brave step this year, and the students have been registered for the first year, and they are connected with the civil situation, and we can disclose the list of children who have not yet joined education yet, and will take action because education is free of charge until the age of 12. Therefore, 1% they includes children with disability. These children, who takes care of them in Algeria? We have the National Council for People with Disabilities. This council is a consultative agency that undertakes all things that have to do with children, such as national programs and so on. So now the policies are there in place. Who implements these policies? The implementation is at level of all the states. We have directorates for activities at all states. Algeria has 150 states. We have a spacious land, and we have national activities at level of municipalities, and we incentivize the citizens to register children with disability. The moment a child is born and it is discovered that the child is disabled, then there is a card. This card gives the child certain incentives. Therefore, many of the families who have children with disabilities immediately registered. So that's why we managed to actually distribute these national cards for people with disability. This card allows us to know all kinds of disabilities in the country, and it allows to combat all kinds of forgery. With people that make forgery in order to benefit from the social grant. Now we have this card, and it helps in registration. So what about specialized education? Specialized education in Algeria has 239 branches. In 2023, it registered 30,000 disabled children. We have two systems. One is complete enrollment in education, and then there is a holistic system. There is a partial system as well. Now we have a list of waiting lists, and we have specialized institutions which are run by societies in order to take care of this segment. The second stage is we move from holistic care to qualitative care. We invented new departments, and in 2023 we have 149 specialized section that took care of children with disability and providing all school needs. This is when it comes to specialized education. What about specialized training? Because the most important objective for a disabled person is to achieve independence and be socially integrated. In 2013, 1,500 children, disabled children, were registered. Now we talk about the specialized institutions. We spoke about training. There are segment of children, of disabled children, which is a small child, a small child from 0 to 6 years. Women or mothers find difficulties to deal with disabled children. So Algeria has made a change in the legislation and obliged special institutions to take care of these small children at level of these institutions. So in 2023 we received 12,800 disabled children in the institutions that receive small children. There is also a very observed process, and then we launched the high school for the deaf and dumb. So now there is a process of training of teachers for this segment. So this part, in brief, is the specialized education. Now we move to the health section, health area. Many of the disability cases are very sensitive, like women, for example, pregnant women during pregnancy requires special attention. So we achieved sustainable development in this regard. We registered 89% of these cases, given that Algeria registers more than 1 million child 1 year. Today, disabled children, how they benefit from health care. Health care is free of charge, social care, and also devices. They also make use of grants and social programs and donations in order to enable them to access services. Now, we're talking about so all this is represented, the services are represented from the state, meaning that the state takes care of all this, the budget. The budget is taken care of by the state. So the institutions, now we talk about penalty institutions when it comes to children in general. There are certain punitive measures which are taken on account on the penalties that usurp freedoms. So if a child is to be taken to such institutions, there should be a special report with regard to the work of the National Council for the Improvement of Child Welfare. What they do is that they pay visits to all institutions that take care of children, and they inspect such institutions, and they also have the Specialized Council for Health. This council, it takes care of disabled children, and plus there is a system for a national information system for the situation of children, and annual reports are reported to the head of state, and also it explains Algeria's commitment to implementation of international law in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to be prepared to respond to any questions.
On a un panel assez important sur un sujet.
For we have an important panel. Owing to the Independence Day of the glorious Kingdom of Lesotho, therefore we shall suspend the session there. We shall continue the debate after breakfast. Dr. Ailu, you have the floor for supplementary information. After breakfast, we shall resume with the panel. Dr. Ailu, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize. We had to adjust and rearrange our program this morning because of the celebrations happening in the stadium. We thought that the celebrations are happening the whole day, and then we finalize all the 4 sessions briefly this morning so that you can go and join the celebration at the stadium sometime around 12 or 1 o'clock, but we were just told that it will be concluded at 12:30, the celebration. So we thought that wouldn't be right for us not to give you this opportunity for you to go and not to observe that. So I think it would be right for all the participants if you happen to get diplomatic passes here, because you cannot access it with your own, access the stadium with your own cards. There are buses provided by the host country just right in front here. So please try and try to go there and observe the celebrations and share the joy of our beautiful host country. So we'll reconvene, starting from the discussion. We'll reflect on this same panel and then proceed with the remaining 3 panels starting from 2 o'clock today in the afternoon. So nothing is going to be changed. 2 o'clock we'll reconvene, but also you are also welcome to join for lunch starting from 1 o'clock. So we've informed, once you are done with the commemorations at the stadium, please come and join us for lunch at 1 o'clock as it used to be the case. Enjoy your day, and we really, really apologize for the inconvenience this might cause. Bye.
I don't have that camera.
Tetengana matina zokoko kitate. Tetengana matina zolingo kitate. Elengi ya bafruit nango eza kokola chaque instant. Ezala bambo me utina mope pa plaisir. Moya soirée le meninga sur scène. Featuring acteur nanga immortel. Cinéma yango etonda action ya plaisir. Paix en couleur interdit et pas ya bamineur. Eba mwana.
Ah Ninela, je vous assure l'amour est un lokola ndoto. Moto nyonso akoki kose transforme. Okoki okoma bébé, okoki okoma kiti. Okoki okoma mbeli okati pe ozokisi. Ministre maire Hugues Golombele, Légion d'honneur.
À l'instant je vous parle là pour mon aéroport. Oyo, avec la chérie nangelingi et atterri.
À l'instant je vous parle dans la Hugues Tobongwani Balamike. J'aurais préféré Nabissa Toponi Lipate Koukoulé.
Mwalangwe,
Et Koukoulé.
mwalangwe,
Biomba.
mama la yo.
Hey, comment est-ce?
Danse isolée à tout nana chérie farafara. Adi ba plaisir à télé bien comme matin sengi checking. Chérie à banyo checking, les autres m'ont bimba plaisir. Regarde ma yenne, les autres l'angai motivé à force. Y'a ma parole la yelle et qu'il y a plus d'oseur. Charisme la yenne et tikaka dominé na gangi.
Alexis Vincent Gomez. Aïe 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 aïe, force à l'amour. Aïe 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 aïe. Atabamboule leki. Atababambiki bota.
Ranga soki nazola ki téléphone pliable. Le chéri a bien tinga na ba unité ya raison
Vincent
no.
Gomez.
Communication elenge chéri kokatate.
Del Pirlo.
Pitaka masolo, tosolo la masolo.
Beitaka masolo. Tosolo la masolo. Beitaka. Beitaka. Beitaka masolo. Beitaka masolo.
Hanganaza, chanteuse de chorale à bolingo. Kweme sengi micro pour nos salons, capella.
Oui, mais pesaka ba frisson pe ba sensation.
Zembo bo pikiriki. Wemali, wesuka notiki, undenza ntoni na, sibulalana ngenxa yakho. Wemali, wesuka notiki, undenza ntoni na, sibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, mali, bagi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, mali, bagi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Ndixakene neliphupho lam, wemali, wemali. Ndahlukene nezihlobo zam, wemali, wemali. Abapolitiki nasecaweni baxabana ngawe, wemali. Nakumuzamile mali, awuphumelelanga, wemali. Mali, mali, bhangi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, 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 sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, mali, bhangi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, 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 sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Wemali, wesuka notiki, undenza ntoni na, sibulalana ngenxa yakho. Wemali, wesuka notiki, undenza ntoni na, sibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, mali, bhangi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Mali, mali, bhangi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. Ndixakene neliphupho lam, wemali, wemali. Ndahlukene nezihlobo zam, wemali, wemali. Abapolitiki nasecaweni baxabana ngawe, wemali. Nakumuzamile mali, awuphumelelanga, wemali. Mali, mali, bhangi yesono, sesibulalana ngenxa yakho. 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 Wemali, wesuka notiki, undenza ntoni na, sibulalana ngenxa yakho. Wemali, wesuka notiki, undenza ntoni na, sibulalana.
Tandan, Yalubas Tandan is Lalimatunge, Dibanjwangue, Yalubas Tandan is Lalimatunge, Ngue no, Yalubas Tandan is Lalimatunge, Denzi Wangue, Yalubas Tandan is Lalimatunge. Bazaliba, ndibizelenu nomfulawa, tetani nage, itani ibileta. Bazaliba, ndibizeleni sitandwa sa, itani guso, itani ibileta. Sitandwa sa, zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha, ogondilindile, zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha. Sitandwa sa, zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha, agapelu nombula wam. Zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha, ndibanga chumela batulangeni, au penduli nombulawa. Ndibanga chumela batobu bako, au penduli nombulawa. Ndibanga chumela batulangeni, au buyi nombulawa. Dibanga tumela batobo bako, au penduli nombulawa. Bazaliba, ndibizelenu nombulawa. Tetani naje, itani yibilenda. Bazaliba, ndibizeleni sitandwa sa, tetani nade, itani ibilenda. Sitandwa sa, zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha, ogondilindile, zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha. Sitandwa sa, zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha, akavelu nomvula wako. Zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha.
Sorry, pardon, sorry for the delay, but the chair and others are not still hold on with the program. I think they will come soon. We'll start as soon as they come. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you.
شوف الصبح كله النبي محمد قال 15 خط عمله في الشرطه وضبط مش عارف ادم والراجل هيرضى يشغلنا ولا لا. والله انا ما عارف، انا عندي امتحانات النهارده محمد ومش هنأخر تاني. معاي الدنيا ما تتهمني ولا نفهم معنى كلمة عيجة بقيت ترفض بالعافية بتلقاها عطلة بطلة ما في غير العماد
كان نفسي اطلع طيار تبقى حاجة عالية واشيل هم اخواتي وابويا وعيلتنا.
نفسي اروح المدرسة عشان اتعلم وفي نفس الوقت اطلع حاجة انفع نفسي، اعمل يعني عايزة اعيش حياتي.
أنا إبراهيم الله ملك كنا سمع الله ملك كنا بعثنا من دي ودين بعدين هاي دهن دين صدر من صدر.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall start shortly. Our apologies for starting late. May I get an indication if you're getting the interpretation, the translation? Is it coming through? Okay. I'll rest on the existing protocol. You are very welcome to this afternoon's conversations. So we have started late due to some matters beyond our control. So welcome to this specific panel discussion where it's about children's rights-based approach to climate action with a focus on adaptation. As you can see from the table here, we have various MABO panelists who will direct the conversation. Before I introduce the panelists, we are going to have 2 short videos that will be presented by 2 children, and then thereafter I'll introduce the panelists in that order. So I'll ask the media team to play those 2 videos. Thank you.
ملك كنا سمع الله ملك كنا بعثنا من دي ودين بعدين هاي دهن دين صدر من صدر بيويني قسمي ماشي من دين ماشي انت ما كذا قلت أكون عقبنا الشيء قرجمان الشيء إندويان الشيء كتفضل الشيء بعبنا الشيء اندروان الشيء. رابع هي اثنين نصبت كوب بياخد عر مكان ثقافة كاسن كوب ينساكو أنفرمكو صغت عاضي عبينا كسن قبل بلعتون يكسكلين يسأل استمر أكتن كبكي بياكل عرق من ثقافة أرينا بيابو عن ثقافة دلان سلمان كبكي بياكل عرق ثقافة.
Thank you very much. Speaks volumes to the fact that there are various humanitarian situations that affect children. And I hope that we have a great introspection about this. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Rita Gitachu to take us forward. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. Good afternoon, everyone. So this panel will deliberate on the need to integrate a child rights-based adaptation approach to climate action. So in so doing, we'll look at the challenges, but also, some of the good practices in terms of prioritizing child rights-based
climate adaptation in Africa. So as we have seen from the movie, climate change, of course, affects everyone. A warming planet is a threat to everyone's well-being, but children in particular are disproportionately impacted by climate change due to their physical and physiological vulnerabilities as well as development needs. So many children also live in areas that experience multiple climate and environmental hazards. But children are not only victims of climate change, they are engaging in active climate action. And that's why we are privileged and honored to have been joined by child climate activists. So allow me to introduce my panelists, Mr. Chair. So to my left, we have Victor. Victor is from Tanzania. And we have Naomi. Naomi is from South Sudan. So I will ask a few questions, and we will have an interactive discussion. So Victor, So Victor, to start us off,
yes.
How does climate change impact your life or the life of children in Tanzania?
Yes, of course, climate change has ever impacted my life, and also I've also seen it to other children, because I remember I think it was in 2019, the floods occurred in Tanzania, in Singida region, whereby most of the people, most of the buildings and the roads were distracted, and also it made very hard for me to reach to school. So that week, the whole week, we closed the school because of the floods. So also the other, which has ever occurred in Tanzania, in Singida region, is drought. Drought has led to the lack of food and has led also to global warming. It is due to the extreme heat caused by when the greenhouse gases cause the depression of the ozone layer, causing the direct penetration of the sun rays to the Earth's surface, causing extreme heat and the drying of river streams. So this led to the lack of food, mostly in the areas in Singida region. Also, it affects the health. Climate change leads to the diseases like malaria caused by floods, leads to heart diseases, leads to asthma, and also leads to stunting children. Also, the other thing which the climate change affects, it leads to the extreme heat and fire hazards, or you can say fire dangers. These are caused due to the direct penetration of the sun rays, which leads to mostly the forest fires and also other fire hazards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Naomi, can you respond to this? How does climate change affect your life in South Sudan? Yeah.
Well, to continue, I would like to say that climate change has not affected me directly, but indirectly through my families, my community, and other children in the region. And today I am here to speak on behalf of all the children of South Sudan. So to highlight on the impacts, I would say children and families are being displaced due to floodings. South Sudan has been experiencing flooding in different regions of South Sudan, in different states, where children are the most vulnerable people. Families are being displaced due to the flooding, and this flooding is caused by the extreme water that floods into areas from the river banks. And this has made many children not to go to school, because when flooding occurs, water floods into the schools and also wets their books, and without books we cannot go to school. Yeah, this has caused the rate of illiteracy in our country to go high. To continue, it has also led to death of children Children die when they are unable to be rescued from the flooding, mostly when it happens at night in different houses. You find that most of the children die, and sometimes children die because of hunger. We also experience drought in some regions in South Sudan. Children do experience hunger a lot, and children become malnutrited, and due to that, children die, children do not go to school, children lack proper feeding, and this is leading to the death of children. This is all I would say.
Thank you so much, Naomi. While the mic is still there, so how have you been involved in climate action? Can you just tell us some of the things that you are doing, you yourself, along with other children in South Sudan?
Well, to start off, I would say this is one of the things I'm doing. Today I'm here to represent the children of South Sudan, and this is one of the things that shows how I am participating in climate action by representing the children of South Sudan. And also in my country we have the Children's Parliament. The Children's Parliament consists of children from different states which come together and talk about issues affecting children, and from that platform we go to schools, to radio stations, and to the communities to talk about climate change, advocate about climate change, and tell the children what are the solutions and what they should do to control climate change. These are one of the things, and also we do participate in projects, like for example we have the Generation Hope campaign we participated in last year, and also this year we are planning to have another campaign which will also be the climate action campaign in our country. And these are some of the things that are helping or that we are participating in to cause climate action.
Thank you so much. Victor, can you tell us about your work in Tanzania? How have you been involved in climate action?
Firstly, I'd like to thank Tanzania because most of the areas in Tanzania are covered by trees, and some of us know that most of the areas in Tanzania are not occupied by regions, especially in Singida region, because many people have not settled in that area. So even if in areas that do not have trees, we do practice planting trees in our school and also in our homes. So we have planted trees in back of the classes of our schools, all the classes from grade 8 to grade 12. And also in the pitch, we have planted also avocado trees. And also our school is agricultural, so now when I return to school, we have to go to plant maize in the farm. So that is one, which is planting trees. Another, in our school, there is a place where in the dam where you are going to put the wastes which are recyclable so that they can go to be recycled and avoid them to stay on the ground and being decomposed. And we know that when wastes decompose, they produce methane, which is a greenhouse gas and goes to affect the ozone layer. So another thing which we practice at school is that we save water, and also at home. Saving water includes when you are brushing your teeth, you have to close the tap. I think some of us know that. That is saving water. Yes, that is also saving water. And also another thing that we do is we emphasize, me and my family, we have made our own group so that we can emphasize other people in the internet so that they can plant trees and also to fight against climate change. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Victor.
Yes.
So while the mic is still here,
yes.
Do you have any recommendations? What do you like your government to do
Yeah.
to address these problems?
Yes. I'd like the government, the most thing that the government should do is educate the children. We know us children is the future generation. So without us, if you destroy for us now, you can make a good future generation for us. So you have to educate the children, and they need to get educate knowledge so that they can also participate to stop climate change and fight against it also. The other thing that I'd like to address is also the government to make use of renewable energy sources such as wind energy, water energy, geothermal energy also. So I'd like the government to use those energy sources which produce less or no greenhouse gases so that we can save our planet. The other thing is that the government should plant trees also. It's not only to us that we have to plant trees, but also the government is the one who can make all other people to plant trees so that we can save our planet too. Another thing is that I wanted to say that the destruction of climate change did not occur on one day. It passed through several processes so that it could destruct the world. So in order also us to save the planet, we need also to pass through several processes and also through ways so that we can save our planet. The other thing, and the last point I'm going to say, is that one country cannot fight alone. Example, Tanzania is fight against climate change for good, and also Kenya is still affected by climate change. Example, it's an example. Sorry, those who are from Kenya. It's an example. so those who are still in Kenya, which are still affected by climate change, there's also cause for Tanzania to be affected by climate change because they share the space and sky. Yes, so it will cause for also us to get climate change. So we need to make as the whole of Africa so that we can fight against climate change and make a good effort so that we can fight climate change for good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Naomi, so what do you recommend? Okay, so other than the government, there is an African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is here, and there are also civil society organizations that are here. So do you have any recommendation to the committee as well as to civil society organizations?
Okay, one of the recommendations I would like to give to the committee of experts is they should educate and create awareness and campaigns to address climate change issues, because this approach would empower children to understand the challenges and solutions related to climate change, enabling them to advocate for their rights like the same way we are doing now. If you go deeply into the areas and advocate for the children and tell them, the communities, about climate change, they will know what to do, because sometimes maybe the pollution does not only occur in the city or from different countries. They also contribute by cutting down trees to make charcoal. So if you advocate to them, tell them that climate change is no good and you don't have to cut trees, they will help in the decision-making process and also participate in climate action. To continue, I would say they should also monitor and evaluate the importance of its actions and policies to ensure that they are meeting the needs of children in Africa, which will in turn help the committee to adapt its strategies and ensure that children's rights are protected in the context of climate change. To continue, I would also say that there should be climate action. You know, one of the things that I usually hate from conferences is we attend most of them, but we don't get the feedback and the actions. This is what we, the children of South Sudan, are craving for nowadays, this year especially. We have been attending conferences, we have been hearing to promises from our government, from different forums. You'll think that they will listen to you, but all they do is they do things for visibility. Yes. That is the fact, and all the adults in this room know that. Yes, I know you all are typing on your computers, posting it on the internet for more donations, but we need actions, please. We beg you as the children. We need actions now. Thank you.
A good round of applause for both, please. Thank you so much, Victor and Naomi. We'll come back to you later during the discussion. And now, allow me, Honorable Anima, to proceed to the next panelist. So we have, we've made a little bit of change because we have a panelist that needs to be here because of the program, because of the time. We have to proceed to the issue of climate finance. So with us, we have Mr. Malama from Save the Children with us. So Mr. Malama, I have a few questions to you as well. So how can, following from the Victor's and Naomi's presentation, how do you think countries address the impact of climate change on children?
Thank you very much.
Given, you know, the resource limitations they have.
Yeah, certainly there is a big challenge of resources, especially on the continent and other countries, of course, that fall in the category of least developed countries, for example. I think the two key things I've taken away from what Victor and Naomi were saying was around the impact on children's lives. This year, for those of us who recall, there have been two major incidents that have led to schools, for example, shutting down completely. In South Sudan, in March, schools shut down because of extreme heat, and these are attributed to climate change. In Kenya and in Tanzania, schools shut down because of floods, I think to an extent of up to a month. And in some cases, some of these children have not gone back to school after the closure. And we learned a lot, I hope we did anyway, from the COVID pandemic, that when schools close because of emergencies, it's rare that all the children would be able to go back to school. So that's one of the lessons that we've learned from that, and we should have mechanisms that respond to those kinds of scenarios. And at Save the Children, we feel there are at least 3 areas where we could see some action from government. Some of these action areas include prioritizing climate adaptation. So we know climate change is here, it's not coming in the future, so we must adapt. There should be integration of climate change adaptation into national development plans. They are often referred to as NAPs for those of us who engage within the climate space. And we must invest in climate resilient agriculture and infrastructure, for example. So for example, I think in the case of heat waves, they will become more and more frequent, and we cannot continue closing schools. And so that means that as part of our adaptation, we must invest in infrastructure that allows, for example, a child to go to school, to be in a classroom, even when there is a heat wave. So that's primarily one of the key fundamental areas the governments on the continent need to invest in. We must also support climate resilient livelihoods. So that means that we should invest in supporting climate smart agriculture that allows families and households to be able to have an income and continued source of food. Right now in Southern Africa, we are experiencing a severe drought, and that means that many children are dropping out of school. So unless we have interventions such as social protection interventions that allow for government to provide food to schools and for children in communities, we are not going to achieve what we want to achieve, especially in line with the SDGs, and as well for Africa, Agenda 2040 for an Africa fit for children. And in the last one, of course, we must continue protecting children's rights, ensuring child-centered risk management as well, that children are being placed at the center whenever we are assessing the risks around climate change, as well as safeguarding children's rights to nutrition, health, and education as well.
Okay. Then how can climate financing then be anchored on children's rights?
So we've had a good practice over the past 2 years. In 2018, the Committee of Experts, the Africa Committee of Experts, issued a resolution. I think it's resolution 18 in 2022 or so. And that resolution provided guidance to governments on how they should implement interventions that protect children's rights when they are, trying to address the issue of climate change. And even more so recently, the UNCRC has also issued General Comment 26, which is substantive guidance to governments on how they can integrate children's rights within the climate change interventions. So to anchor climate financing on children's rights and obligations, we must do generally 3 things. We must prioritize child-centered approaches. So that means, for example, mainstreaming children's rights into climate policies and projects. I have given an example, and I will implore, especially member states that are in the room. Right now, the world is getting ready for the setup of what are referred to as nationally determined contributions, NDCs. This is the next wave of NDCs that are being established, and I do encourage colleagues working especially on children's issues in countries, in the governments, to engage with ministries of environment, climate as well, to ensure that they are being part of that conversation and that there should be budgeted interventions that target children in particular through the National Adaptation Plans, or NAPs, or the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. The other intervention that we feel that government needs to ensure they are in place, as well as global institutions, include climate financing mechanisms that need to be sensitive to children. So we have the famous ones that include the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, but even more critical, national budgets. As national budgets are being put in place, they should have elements that target children as well. But in order for all that to happen, the third intervention is quite key. And that third intervention is around ensuring that there are child's rights focused indicators within these frameworks, budgets, for example, at national level, or through these climate focused funds. And we should collect as much data as possible. So like the example we gave about schools, are we tracking the data on how many children are dropping out of school and coming back as a result of climate change? What is the mortality rate that children are experiencing as a result of climate change? So these are some of the key things that need to be put in place by governments to address the issue of climate financing and anchoring it on children's rights.
Okay, thank you. One last question to Mr. Malama. We are hearing about now, we are hearing about this new collective quantified goal on climate finance and its impact on Africa's. Can you just tell us a little bit about that and its impact, its relevance to the work we do here?
So a bit of a background. The world has set itself targets in terms of mobilizing climate financing. In 2009, there was an agreement through the members of what is often referred to as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to mobilize $100 billion by the year 2025. There's an argument as to whether that money has actually been mobilized. The global north countries are saying we did mobilize $100 billion and it's sitting in the global south. And generally, the global south is also saying there's no evidence. Why did that money go? And because we've reached 2025, they've now said, let's set a new target. And so there's conversations now happening in terms of establishing a new financing target or goal within the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And they're calling it the new collective quantified goal on climate financing. And according to the Africa Group of Negotiators, and the Africa Group of Negotiators is the group that negotiates on climate issues on behalf of Africa, obviously sits within the Africa Union. They have called for at least a target of 1.3 trillion US dollars to be set aside annually supporting countries in the global south, especially so in developing countries. And that money is meant to support interventions around mitigation, adaptation, as well as loss and damage. But there are sticking points, of course, around this particular fund. So there are 3 key issues: quantity, how much money do we need? The Global North is saying we don't need as much money, but in the Global South, who are facing the consequences of climate change, we're saying we need at least, from the African perspective, 1.3 trillion US dollars annually until the year 2030. Then there's an issue of allocation. Who will get this money? Again, it's not yet clear and it's not yet agreed. The hope is it will be agreed in Azerbaijan at COP29. And then there is also the issue of sources. Who's going to contribute to this money? The Global North countries are saying everyone should contribute. Of course, we know in the Global South, and especially for Africa, that we have contributed the least to the climate crisis. Currently, if you look at the data that many think tanks have shown, that Africa contributes a partly less than 4% to global emissions, but yet we are being expected to contribute to this fund, and which is basically a historical injustice. So having given that background, so we are saying there's a big conversation around the need for this $1.3 trillion. So from an African perspective, we've seen that there could be these interventions that could be supportive of interventions for children. We've seen in the past 17 years that in the data that has been collected by the Climate and Environment, the Children's Environment and Rights Initiative, that only 2.4% of the budget that multilateral funds that target climate change have been contributing actually has ended up in what we refer to as child-focused intervention. So 2.4%, that's extremely low. So there should be interventions that will support through the NCQG, or the new collective quantified goal, interventions that will support children. In particular, we expect to see increased funding for adaptation projects, so there should be more adaptation interventions to support what, like we gave in the example earlier on, schools closing, access to food, nutrition, as well as basically skills development as well as part of an intergenerational conversation. The other one would also be that there will be enhanced education opportunities, obviously, for children as a result of the new collective quantified goal. But there should also be enhanced protection from extreme weather events. Early last year rather, SADC, the Southern Africa Development Community, had established what they refer to as the Maputo Declaration on Early Warning. That right now, as it stands, is a good declaration, but it's not funded. The hope is that when we do get that fund set up, the goal is established and well-resourced, there will be better resources available for early warning systems. For example, if the flood is coming, we should protect children, among other things, as well as droughts and other interventions, so that we put in place social protection mechanisms that can be implemented before the disaster strikes. And then the last one, in terms of benefits, would be long-term resilience building. Of course, that if we have more funding, there will be better opportunities for children to grow in environments that are resilient to the impact of climate change as well. And I would say the key thing for us to remember or take away from my interventions is that the climate crisis is a child's rights crisis, and we should prioritize financing to address that. As they say, put the money where your mouth is. And that's the call to action for governments as well as global institutions such as the World Bank and other funding mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malama. Honorable Chair, with your permission, we might release Mr. Malama from the stage because he has a very, very important meeting that he had to attend. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Malama, you are excused. And thank you again. Now we will proceed to the third panelist. We have with us Mr. Eglin from UNICEF. Miss Eglin from UNICEF, and her presentation will focus on child-responsive adaptation in West and Central Africa, particularly on climate adaptation. What are the key elements? What are some of the lessons and good practices in terms of implementing a child rights-based climate adaptation? So you have 10 minutes, Ms.
Thank you. There's a video which is going to be introducing my presentation, a one minute video. Whilst it is coming, I just want to recognize the presence of one of the youth advocates, UNICEF youth advocate, Casey. Can you raise your hand up? Casey, where are you? Oh, maybe she has gone out. Okay. Yeah, we work with youth advocates, which we are building their resilience and empowering them to advocate for climate change, just as the two children, Victor and the other one we're doing. Okay, the video.
À cause du changement climatique, nous sommes confrontés aux conséquences des érosions, des ensablements et des inondations.
Owing to climate change, we have floods, erosions, the walls, the schools are falling apart. Everything drowned away. We lost everything. Even the bedroom, which used to be ours, has been submerged. For us to be here, we are now becoming migrants without any form of habitat. The whole future of the children, as children, are the future of this planet. This is our future that you are adulterating by your irresponsible actions. We need to act now and reduce the emissions and protect our resources so that our children may live in a propitious environment.
Merci une fois de plus. La présentation, ce sera sur la réponse.
Where we, as UNICEF, are advocating for placing the children at the center of climate policies. The presentation. Okay, can go to the next slide. From the children's voices, from this panel and also from the video, I'm sure we all agree that climate crisis is really a child rights crisis, and also from what this Save the Children person was talking about. And every child is exposed to at least one climate or environmental hazard, like flooding, drought, heat waves, cyclones, and air pollution. I will not go into detail on the various impacts because we already have them from the horse's mouth from the children. For the past 3 years, UNICEF has reviewed nationally determined contributions which Mr. Mwila was talking about, and also national adaptation plans from a child lens. And a total of about, go to the next slide. A total of about 150 NDCs were submitted in 2021, which were reviewed and looking at the level of child sensitivity and responsiveness. UNICEF has published also online the NDC platform, and I encourage all member states to visit this the website. It's on the PowerPoint, which is going to be shared. The review was based on 4 criteria analysis. One of them to check whether the policies, the NDCs or the NAPs meaningfully and or explicitly reference children, and also to check whether the policies recognize children as rights holders. Again, to check whether the NDCs are multi-sectoral, covering mitigation and adaptation in all sectors of WASH, of health, of education, of child protection, and also whether the NDCs are inclusive, recognizing children as key stakeholders, involving them in meaningful participation. I'm glad this conference is actually involving children. That is meaningful participation, which is encouraged. Next slide. On the UNFCCC website, also there's an analysis on the National Adaptation Plan which have been submitted so far. And in Africa, about 18 NAPs have been submitted, 25 are still in progress, and about 2 are in the draft stage, and 5 are not yet initiated. So we are also encouraging all those, the member states, to make an effort to reach that submission at the stage of the national adaptation plans. Next slide. There are some legal arguments for pushing for child-responsive climate policies, and one of them is the UN General Assembly of 2022, which recognized the children's rights to a health environment, and also the UNCRC, the General 26, Comment 26, which Mr. Miller mentioned about, which focuses specifically on environment with a special focus on climate change, and it affirms child rights to clean, health and sustainable environment. And also the General Comment 26 emphasizes the need for adaptation and mitigation measures in all the plans and strategies. So we encourage member states to have these in their adaptation plans. Also, when we look at the ACERWC, it also recognizes the best interests of children, the right to survival and development, the right to health and welfare. Again, the Agenda 2020-40 aspiration, next slide. Aspiration 4 recognize that every child survives and has a healthy childhood. Aspiration 5 recognize that every child grows up and well nourished and with access to the necessities of life. And again, the ACERWC Resolution 18 of 22 Working Group on Climate Change encourages the integration of the child rights-based approach into climate change actions. So there are some strong legal evidence and support for the need to focus on climate, mainstreaming climate change, children in climate change. UNICEF encourages the need to mainstream children in climate policies, and hence there's that need to provide data and evidence that will provide the climate rationale. And again, encourages the need to make the case for child-centered investment through climate financing for children, and also to empower children to be environmental stewards and change agents. Again, UNICEF has engaged parties in different ways. For example, at COP28 last year, it supported the decision on the global stocktake, which recognized the disproportionate impacts of climate change on children, and also supported the formulation of the global goal for adaptation, which is now being reviewed this year at COP29. Again, it is making sure that children's rights are recognized in the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, which the Save Children mentioned about, and also in the climate financing for children, the new goal, which she also mentioned. I won't mention most of them. They've been mentioned by the UNICEF, the Save the Children person. UNICEF is also working closely with member states, championing adaptation to strategies, and also through various ways to ensure that children and young people are included in all the activities. UNICEF also reviewed NAPs based on different child rights themes, including children, youth, and also through women and gender integration and human rights approaches. And from the findings, most of the NAPs and the NDCs, they gave reference to children, but not very explicit. And again, but the guiding principles were indicating multi-sectoral, and in terms of child protection, they really include.
Kindly wrap up, please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm almost done. I'll not go through the quotes, some of them, the quotes from the different NAPs. This will be shared in the presentation will be shared. And lastly, maybe just to say, UNICEF calls for calling all parties to focus and integrate robust and ambitious child-responsive elements into formulation and implementation of NAPs, and also push for climate financing through the new collective quantified goal, the loss and damage, and also through the global goal of adaptation at COP29. Again, also encouraging parties to sign the Declaration on Children and Climate Action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Igley. Apologies for rushing you. We are just pressed for time. That's why. So we will take only, the time that we have, we'll take only 2 questions. So, Honorable Anima, let's break protocol and accept only 2 questions from the floor. Anyone who you can show us? Okay, Dr. Chairman, and Kenya, and Sam.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the brilliant presentations. I want to commend the kids who have actually done exceptionally well. Well done. But my question really is directed to the gentleman over there. Sorry, I cannot remember your name. I really liked your presentation, but I cannot see very clearly from afar, sorry. I really liked your presentation, but there's a point that you made that if African states can get the needed funding to actually adopt adaptation and mitigation measures, then maybe that could go a long way. Now, just trying to correlate that with the African Union position of moving away from an aid-dependent relationship to a partnership-dependent relationship, how does that actually improve the situation if we do not actually have this money coming? Because if I remember correctly, in 2011 or thereabout 2009, developed countries promised African countries $100 million and to date, or $100 billion, and to date they've not done anything about that. Yeah. So now we're talking about $1.3 trillion. Yeah. If this money does not come, what can African states actually do for themselves going forward? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Siaman. Kenya?
Thank you so much, Chairman.
Please remember to use the microphone. We cannot guess what you're saying.
Thank you so much, Chairman. First, I want to take this chance to congratulate the wonderful children who represented us, and you did marvelous. You have catched the eye, and you have really taught us some of the things that we do not even know. So thank you so much and congratulations. Mine was just to congratulate you. Secondly, and it is true, the Sudanese representative, she said, we come to functions, we come to workshops, we come to international conventions, but they do not get results, they are not informed, they are not involved. They just come, report, tell us what are their problems, but they do not get feedback. So I'm asking ourselves who are here. It is a challenge to all countries who are present today, and we must give feedback to our children so that they know there is something going on. I know there is something going on all over, but if they are not given the feedback, it becomes a problem. Recently in Kenya, we had a very terrible floods in May and April, and the flood really caused a lot of problems, whereby we had a major destruction in our country, where we were building for the last 50 or 60 years. It went down the drain just in a second. We lost schools, we lost hospitals, we lost roads, bridges, everything. And to make the matter worse, a lot of our children were affected. There was diarrhea, there was a lot of problem. We lost 267 children in that floods. To date, we do not know 75 of them where they are. About 20,000 children did not go back to schools. So you see, this is something that is affecting us, and it is affecting Africa in a big way. So we have a responsibility to engage the international community who are causing all these problems, and they cannot tell us we want to contribute. I'm just following what you have said. Africa is not ready to contribute. Africa is ready to engage with them, and they must compensate all the problems they have caused the African continent. African continent today is ready to stand up for their rights. African continent today is ready and open their eyes. We want to speak for ourselves. We want to knock everywhere, and we want to tell them it is their problem and they must pay for African.
Thank you so much. Sam, last question.
Well, thank you very much. I think I'd want to probably challenge all of us, based on the recommendation from Naomi. And I believe all of us, whether we are NGOs, whether we are member states, have a role to play in addressing the climate challenge. And so probably when we are meeting next time, what is going to be our progress in terms of what we agree to do here, and how are we going to implement those. I think, and it's an indictment on all of us if we are not able to listen to what the children say, and yet we come here and well, I don't want to say we don't pretend, but we really seem to be working with children and for children, and they are telling us that we are only using them, and I like what she said. We are sitting here and looking for funding for some of the things that we talk about. That's the first thing. This is a question between my friend Malema and also our lady from UNICEF. Now, on one hand, and I think I agree with you, we are saying we need 1.3 trillion, but we also know that only 26 countries have done their NAP. Now, how do you draw your budget when you haven't even done an adaptation to know how much it's going to cost, and then be able to scale that up to say the continent need 1.3 trillion? I think I would laugh off if I were a donor. So now how do we reconcile that, and how do we then present a very solid case that we really need this amount of money, not discounting that we also have our own role, including destroying our own environment. I come from Ghana. Everybody who is following issues in Ghana, we are mining everything, destroying the environment. Our president goes to the UN General Assembly and says, yes, we are protecting the environment, which we are not. So again, how are we holding ourselves accountable as a continent when we destroy our own environment? And yes, we're trying to say that we are only contributing 3%. It's not true, because we don't produce the vehicles, we don't produce the computers, we import everything.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you.
We shall have to engage because of time.
There's so many microphones on there, the high table, please. So many microphones open.
But I'm going to give it a try. The issue of I think you called it aid. I think the demand for the 1.3 trillion and any other funding is not an issue of aid. It's an issue of justice, and that's the position of the African Group of Negotiators and the Africa Union. When the countries in Africa and in the Global South are demanding for the money they are asking for, they are not asking for aid. This money has to be paid, as she has mentioned, that we haven't caused the damage. So we shouldn't even feel guilty about it that we are demanding for this money. We're not asking for charity. We're not asking for donations. We are asking for the principles that are outlined in the UNFCCC convention to be adhered to. And these two principles that are important are, we have common but differentiated responsibilities. If they want us to transition, and we're talking about just transition, we should transition from using, for example, fossil fuels into greener economies. We cannot afford that. Zambia right now is experiencing over 48 hours of load shedding, because our investment in renewable energy, which is hydro water, has dried up. There's a huge drought. So that means that we have the right to demand for that money from the countries that contributed to that. The other last one would be, we have an agreed principle: polluters must pay. This is agreed in the framework convention. And so I would just say that these are climate reparations for the damage that has been done since the Industrial Revolution started. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So last word to our children.
Okay, so the last word that I would like to say, first I'd like to thank UNICEF and Save the Children for listening the opinions of other people, like the child called Nasir and the other one about the school. Yeah, yes, the floods. So I wanted to say that to let our voices be heard. So many of us, we have different ideas on how to stop climate change and how to address it. So many of us, so we should include like a place where the children can meet, even in the village, because many people in the village are not included in these activities. And you can get most of them affected, and they have ideas on how to stop them, but they don't have the chance to make them to be listened. So I'd like the voices of us children and also of the grown-ups and also other organizations to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The last words I would like to say is a saying that says, we usually say it in our children's parliament in South Sudan, that you adults, you borrow the future from us, the children. You don't own it, you borrowed it from us. So keep what you borrowed safely, because when you borrow something, you have to return it with interest. And the interest we want is development, is a sustainable earth. A sustainable future where all the children will live in it successfully. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Naomi. Thank you so much, Victor, Malama, and Ms. Eglin. Thank you so much. So let's give the panelists one more round of applause, please. Honorable Anima, I submit.
I would like to say that Victor, Naomi, thank you for capturing our attention. You know, these elderly people at times struggle after lunch, but you kept them awake and on their toes, and they listened to you. Thank you very much. And on another note, I'm sure that when I'm 80 years old, I'll have the right doctors, I'll have the right parliamentarians who look after me in my old age. So thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Malama and Ms. Elgin Tawia, thank you very much for your instructive engagements. It has been an honor. A round of applause for our panelists. And as I discharge them, I'll invite the next panel without further ado. And this will be the panel on the working group on implementation of decisions. I'll invite to the podium Mr. Michael Nyako, the Deputy Director, IHRDA. I'll invite Prof. Elvis Fokala, the head of the Center for Human Rights. Elvis Fokala, as you make your way here. I'll also invite Mr. Hassan Mahamat, a country coordinator on the Africa Peer Review Mechanism. And finally, but not least, Professor Songrua Udombana, one of the external experts for the working group on the implementation of decisions. Yes. We shall be joined online by Ms. Ivana Machanova from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Ms. Ivana, we can hear you. Just a moment. I'll rest on the existing protocol. It's my immense pleasure to welcome you to this experience sharing panel on implementation of decisions, role of national mechanisms on aspects of implementation, reporting and follow-up. And I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us, for sticking with us at this time of the day, in light of the various other competing engagements that we have had for the day. Together we aim to improve the overall implementation of children's rights under the Children's Charter to the end that we advance the full realization of children's rights across Africa. And I have no doubt that the insights from the panelists, the contributions from all the participants here will be invaluable in our collective efforts. I believe that as we navigate these various challenges in implementing recommendations and advancing children's rights, it's essential that we recognize the significant role that various mechanisms play as national public structures. It's also worth mentioning that the committee noted that the role that mechanisms play at national level can play a critical role in improving states' compliance with their obligations under the Charter. As we are well aware, the aspects of implementation of decisions are not only a problem of the committee, but various institutions across the globe. For instance, if you look at the European Court of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, despite its well-resourcedness, it still has issues with implementation. That's something that remains a problem with the African Commission, with the African Court, even with the African Committee, in light of the few communications that we have handed down, but also in light of other decisions and recommendations under the various spaces of execution of our mandate. So it's evident that state parties with established national mechanisms for implementation have demonstrated a significantly greater capacity to effectively implement these decisions and recommendations of the committee and to comply with their obligations under the Charter in a timely manner. In contrast, member states that are yet to establish these mechanisms face greater challenges to comply. During our panel, each panelist is going to share his or her views between 8 to 10 minutes, after which we shall conclude with a presentation by Prof. Songro, an external expert in the working group. He'll provide an overview of the resolution on national mechanisms for implementation, reporting and follow-up, highlighting the key recommendations and reiterating the committee's commitment to closely collaborating with these mechanisms. I have no doubt that your contributions and testimonies will be invaluable as we work together to strengthen the national frameworks and improve the reporting processes. Once again, thank you for being here today. So we shall kick off the conversation by hearing from Ms. Ivana Machonova, the representative of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and she'll give an overview on the mandates of the different types of national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up. Mrs. Ivana, you have 10 minutes, and please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to share my screen. Okay, so that... Is it okay? Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you very much. Greetings from Geneva. And thank you for inviting the Office of the High Commissioner to make this presentation about national mechanisms for reporting, implementation, reporting, and follow-up. I am part of the Treaty Body Capacity Building Program that was established in 2016 by the resolution of the General Assembly 26216, and support to national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up is clearly part of our mandate. We support states in fulfilling their reporting obligations, also implementation and follow-up to recommendations of human rights mechanisms, but it's very clear that institutional building is also part of it. And we have also colleagues in the regional offices of OHCHR, including 4 regional offices in Africa, Addis, Dakar, Pretoria, and Yaoundé, who work very closely with member states to support them in this respect. So I would, in my short presentation, I will speak about the concept of the national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up. Then I would like to update you about some regional and international developments and also speak briefly about the latest Human Rights Council report on this subject matter. So what is a national mechanism for implementation, reporting, and follow-up? It's important to say that it's a governmental structure because sometimes it can be confused with national human rights institutions or other human rights bodies that are independent and working on human rights mandate, but the national mechanism is clearly a governmental structure that has two main objectives. One is to coordinate preparation of the reports and engagement with international and regional human rights mechanisms. So it includes treaty bodies, but also universal periodic review, special procedures, and also to coordinate and monitor national follow-up and implementation of treaty obligations and recommendations and decisions on individual complaints, for example, from those mechanisms. Why is it useful? Why do we think that there is some rationale behind the establishment of these mechanisms? First of all, it's because the timely and quality reporting demands sustainable technical expertise. There is a growing number of human rights mechanisms, both at universal and regional level, a number of reporting obligations that requires also some quality, technical expertise, and data from different sources, and of course, effective follow-up by different parts and levels of government for implementation of the recommendations, and ongoing monitoring of this implementation. That is, of course, basis for the next report. So it's a part of reporting cycle. You can see on the screen an example of screenshot from Universal Human Rights Index. It's just an example of the Republic of Tanzania, and you can see that it has over 800 recommendations only from universal human rights mechanisms to implement. So it's a huge task to tackle, and if you add also the recommendations from regional mechanisms, it's a really huge task to address and to manage. And the experience shows that comparing to standing mechanisms, the ad hoc arrangements are not anymore viable and do not lead to effective implementation, because basically every time you have to prepare a report, you have to set up a new mechanism, new system. You lose data, you lose expertise. It's not very sustainable. The common practical challenges in coordination of follow-up, planning and reporting that we have gathered from different member states include processing large number of complex recommendations and interlinked follow-up activities, assigning responsibility and generating ownership for implementation and status tracking, agreeing on standard operating procedures for developing follow-up action plan and drafting reports, gathering information on the implementation status of follow-up activities to prepare reports, and also loss of institutional memory due to staff turnover. So those are the key challenges that have been reported, to which the national mechanism for implementation, reporting, and follow-up can respond. We have also identified that for effectively functioning mechanism, the four capacities are key. Capacity to coordinate, capacity to manage information, capacity to consult, and capacity to engage. And what do they mean? Coordination capacity is basically capacity to coordinate among the governmental institutions. So ministries, Parliament is very key. Sometimes it's overlooked in the reporting and implementation, but it's a very key partner for budgetary and other reasons. Usually, or quite often, parliaments have also human rights committees that may be included in the coordination. Judiciary, of course, playing key role for each and every human rights treaty. National statistics offices are also key, and also they have been not always included in these structures, and more it's recognized that they also play a very key role and should be there for the reason of different data that are important for reporting and implementation, and of course SDG implementation focal points. So it's important for those bodies that they have solid mandate, terms of reference, annual work plans, email list, regular coordination meetings, also use of template for collecting information and standing procedure. Consultation capacity is also very important because it creates ownership in the state. It's not only the question of the government, but also of many other actors to be part of the reporting, implementation, and follow-up. So it means meaningful consultations with national human rights institutions, national rights commissions.
Ms. Ivana,
Yes.
I'll kindly request you to wrap up in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So with other marginalized group, so I will go quickly to information management capacity. That it's a huge challenge because it means processing of a number of information, and for this I just would like to mention 2 tools that we have developed and that are very useful for those mechanisms, but also for other actors: Universal Human Rights Index and National Recommendations Tracking Database, and engagement capacity, which means engaging with international and regional actors. And again, we have a number of tools that can be useful for this engagement capacity. I would like to mention that we have a number of calls at international level for establishment of those mechanisms, including GA resolutions, including Human Rights Council resolutions and Human Rights High Commission report. Also, Committee on the Rights of the Child is systematically UN committee looking at the institutional setup in the country, and it's including the recommendations either for establishing or strengthening a national mechanism for implementation, reporting, and follow-up. You can see just one recent recommendation to Congo, Brazzaville, where the Committee on the Rights of the Child asked the state party to establish a standing government structure and includes all the elements that are needed for the structure to be effectively functioning. Also, a number of states made pledges to establish those mechanisms in the context of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration, and some of the countries of the African continent are among them, so we are also supporting them in this endeavor. We also have different regional and international networks of those mechanisms, because what is really key, what is really important is peer learning. They face the same challenges, and they have some good practices to address those challenges. So that's why we also create a space for them to exchange those practices. We have one for Portuguese-speaking countries that include some African countries. We have also very recent one. Just this week, there was a cross-regional seminar in Tanzania that included 14 countries from the continent to exchange good practices and challenges, especially on data management capacity. So finally, I would just like to mention that there is a Human Rights Council report that also addressed the issue of national mechanisms. I don't have, unfortunately, time to mention different good practices, but I will happily share the presentation with the organizers so you can see some important good practices and also the countries in which these practices have improved, like having the legal mandate, decree, having some clear terms of reference, permanent secretariat, etc. that have been very useful for effective functioning of those mechanisms. And I would also like to mention that there are still a number of issues that should be addressed and that we are trying to unpack in discussion with the member states in sharing in the peer learning processes to share the challenges and good practices. And those issues is how to mitigate staff turnover. This is a huge challenge to strengthen institutional memory and ensuring retention of skills and knowledge. How to use effectively resources, the budget allocation, how to coordinate practices that coherently enhance capacity of those mechanisms, the role of local and regional governments, because they are also very important and should be included in the coordination, how to collaborate systematically with SDG coordination bodies, because here there is really a lot of space for synergy and for coherence. Those bodies have also a lot of data.
Honorable Roberts.
Also how to improve consultation with different stakeholders like civil society and national rights institutions to enable meaningful participation, because this is what is important, that the participation is meaningful.
Thank you very much, Ivana. I think some of these issues, they might come up during the question and answer approach, the question and answer session, but I would like to say thank you very much. If there are critical pointers that we can pick from your conversation so far is the critical aspects of coordination, managing information, aspects of consultation, aspects of engagement. And it's interesting that you've identified some of the countries in Africa that are doing a good job, such as Tanzania. So thank you very much. This is really appreciated, but we shall still request you to stick around in case there's some questions that might be posted your way. So we are going to cross from the United Nations system, and we are going to come to Africa, but crossing to the CSOs, and we want to hear the conversation. What would it mean for civil society organizations in terms of monitoring, in terms of implementation? So without further ado, I'll invite Mr. Michael Nyako to share his experience from a CSO perspective on some of the lessons learned, some of the good practices, some of the organization experiences in various spaces of your work. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Robert. I think I'm not sharing personal experiences per se, but just the experience of the institution that I work for. And in the course of IHRDA's work, I think anyone who knows IHRDA knows that we are perhaps the principal litigators on various issues across the continent, with a particular focus on children's rights. And over the years, we have explored different ideas on how exactly do we follow up on implementation when we have so many of these cases that we litigate, and yet very few of them that actually get implemented. So recently, with support from the Open Society Foundations, we put a project together which involves national level dialogues, where we seek to bring together the state party, national NGOs, national human rights institutions, and other interested stakeholders to engage on following up on exactly what the state has done subsequent to a decision being issued by a relevant mechanism. We have done this in 4 countries so far, including in Guinea-Conakry. We have done it in Cameroon, in Sierra Leone, and most recently in Malawi, which Robert graciously participated in trying to follow up on some of these decisions. And the idea generally is to bring these stakeholders together so that beyond the engagement between us as litigants and the state party, there is a broader national conversation on the issues that actually necessitated the litigation to begin with. And we intend to do this in 3 other countries before the close of the year, in Nigeria, Niger, and Mali. I think essentially what we have learned from these processes of implementation is, in many African countries, there are still no national mechanisms for implementation, follow-up, or reporting. Even in ECOWAS states, where there is a statutory obligation for ECOWAS states to designate focal points for implementation. So there are often times where
you go into a state party, you're trying to follow up on implementation, and the institutions that you would usually think are the ones who would have the decision and therefore would be implementing it do not even know that these decisions exist. So that there is really little communication that is going on between the relevant state parties, institutions of the state parties, and therefore the decisions just end up, not being implemented. And oftentimes the institutions that are litigating are also rarely following up. So we thought of these national dialogues as a means of actually fostering greater conversations within broader civil society, and not just us as one or two civil society organizations that are litigating that should have an interest in whether or not those kinds of decisions are implemented. And I think increasingly we are learning that we also need to work with the state parties to establish functional national mechanisms for implementation. Because there are instances where we understand that the state parties do not have the capacity or do not understand what exactly it is that they are supposed to do. And perhaps those of us who are litigating should consider implementation as one of the fundamental parts of our litigation strategy. Not that we are only litigating for the sake of obtaining decisions that set standards and frameworks that are important, but have little practical implementation on the ground. I think one of the things that I would also like to highlight is state parties need to understand that we may have disagreements on what exactly the obligations are. But in the end, even when we stand on different parts of the podium, we have the same objective, which is to ensure that our children have the rights that they need to live dignified life, that they are surviving and developing well. We may disagree on what exactly the obligations are, but there's no need to adopt this defensive approach where state parties are overly defensive when we want to collaborate and ensure that there is greater implementation of these rights. Because there are instances where we have gone to engage in some states and it is so hostile, it is as though we are being overly critical of the state party. But in the end, all we are trying to do is to explore avenues of collaboration. How can we work together in a manner that we're able to ensure that these decisions actually, result in practical implementation on the ground? So those are the few insights that I wanted to share from our consultations, and I hand over back to you.
There's the narrative that if you're clapping, please clap. Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Nyako. I think there are aspects that show interlinkages. One, it's a broader national conversation. Secondly, within a broader national dialogue. Thirdly, that calls on collaboration with state parties. Fourthly, that calls on coordination with various stakeholders. Fifthly, that there are very many areas for engagement, and the objective, the common denominator is the child. That at the center, the child benefits from the various engagements. So I'll cross from IHRDA in West Africa and come down to Pretoria and ask Prof. Elvis Fokala to share views from the perspective of Center for Human Rights as one of the key players. Thank you. Prof. Elvis has a presentation.
Good afternoon to everyone. I think I just had to present a very brief presentation on what the experience that we have, and I'm going to mention some countries, not with the intention to ruffle feathers, but rather with the intention to portray the challenges that I think that we are facing in terms of implementation. And these three countries that I'm going to present or project, they are countries that I've carefully selected, countries that are very close to my heart. One is Malawi. I think based on some of the presentations we had yesterday, and also based on the fact that I also love their food and their drink, kuche kuche. And we have, the other country that we have is Kenya. It's also because I have very good friends in Kenya, and some of them are right here in the hall. And the third one is Cameroon. Obviously, I was born in Cameroon, and so I have no offense against these three countries in the way in which I'm going to present them. I'm waiting for the presentation to come up. Why? Next slide, please. So we start with the first. The first slide, what I intend to do here is just to highlight to you the number of communications that the committee has received, and specifically on the number of violations in terms of rights based on the communication that the committee has received. The most violated rights so far that the committee has adjudicated on is Article 1, the issue of state obligations. So far, the committee has received 8 violations from 8 different communications on that particular aspect of Article 1. And the next one is the issue of non-discrimination. But I want us to pay some particular attention to the aspect of non-discrimination, because it seems to be, on Article 3, it seems to be the violation that cuts across most of the decisions of the committee. The first, of course, which relates to the case of the Nubian children in Kenya, and that is where I get to the first country. But if you look at this slide, we go right down and you find that the last or the least, in terms of communications, the least right that has been brought in front of the committee in terms of violation is on Article 29. Some of the provisions in the African Children's Charter are completely silent. We have the issues of Article 7, Article 8, Article 10, on issues around protest, right to assembly, freedom of expression. All those rights have not been brought in front of the committee, despite the fact that we have several protests, one in Kenya and in different countries, where we have had a lot of violations of rights in terms of youth. We've not had those communications yet here in front of the committee. But I want to go back to the issue of non-discrimination. And here I'm going to look specifically at the case of the Nubian children in Kenya. So in this slide, what I'm going to look at is 3 decisions, 3 countries that are interested, but that do have challenges. My very good friend Japhet, Dr. Baigonwis, I don't see him in the hall, mentioned some very 4 pillars when we spoke yesterday. What he didn't mention to us is that between those pillars, there are gray areas where you have countries that are not interested or countries that are interested, but you also have countries that show interest in 2 ways. One, they show interest in a meeting as we are right now, or in a session, and then when they step out of the session, the interest evaporates. The interest doesn't exist. And these 3 countries that I'm portraying here are one of those, they fall within those groups, and this is why I don't mention any country. Now, these 3 countries fall within those groups to the extent that the first is the Nubian case. Now, with the Nubian case, and I recall very, very clearly the fact that Kenya shows a very strong will, or the will is there to help, to assist. And this we can see in the number of laws that Kenya has, repealed, or the laws that they have adopted in order to accommodate the Nubians, or to accommodate people, stateless persons in Kenya. But the challenge has always been with the fact that Kenya has some very strong, intractable issues that I'm referring to. So in order to address the issue of implementation and how we, or personally I've looked at when I was doing my research on Kenya, is the fact that the vetting process of the Nubian children, it's a very deep concern within that community that I don't think any law will take out. And the reason why I put this is because you have different communities that have already been incorporated or integrated into the Kenyan clans or tribes, the Pembas, the Shonas as well. But for some reason, the Nubians have not been incorporated. And the other reason that Kenya has, sorry for the typo that's on the board, second slide please, sorry for the typo that you see at the end there, is on the issue of the harmonization of the laws in Kenya. Kenya has several pieces of legislation. What they did in 2010 was the fact that at least they enacted a new constitution, which at least speaks to the issue of statelessness. However, Kenya has to look at, and this is where the challenge is, the differences that plays out in their security laws and their rights-based laws. And I think for me, this is where the issue comes, where they look at certain communities that, in terms of security, you have several administrative bottlenecks, and we cannot ignore the fact that Kenya has been through some unfortunate situations that happen in that country in terms of attacks in the country. So they have these two contentious issues that I think if the country is able to balance this, then we could have a more progressive recognition within that country. The second country is Malawi. And Malawi, I want to go back to the question I asked yesterday on the issue of amicable settlement, and because the communication was on the definition and the rights of the child, the age of below 18. Malawi had 16 before. What Malawi has done is that Malawi has moved on to recognize or at least legislate at the level of the constitution. But what Malawi fails to understand is that if they fail to harmonize their laws, then it won't be comprehensive. But you can't ignore the fact that they've made some progress. From 2016 right up to 2023, that is when they took a very big step in terms of harmonization, or at least recognizing this age. And that was when they repealed Section 137 and now of their penal code. But the issues that still exist in Malawi, especially around the issue of birth registration. And in my opinion, that is where the issue of birth contestation comes in. And that is why in the case that I have on the board, the case of Republic and Banda, the 2020 case, you will find that within that case in the magistrate court, it was an issue of child-to-child defilement that took place in that country. There was a perception that the person to whom the child, the male child, 18, had a sexual relationship with was someone of 16 years old. But after the investigations and all what happened, it was established that the person is 16 years old. So birth registration, and not just in Malawi, also spills across most of our countries. And I'm sure we are all aware of that. We've spoken about this in many occasions, but I think that is one angle where you try to solve your issue of the age and age harmonization, which Malawi doesn't have. The third and the last country is Cameroon. And here I don't blame Cameroon that much. I blame a lot the committee. And I say this because yesterday I asked a question about the issue of technicality and the issue of practicality or reality. In most of the communications, or some of the communications that you find at times, you see that if you look at the recommendations, state parties might only be able to attain 2 of those recommendations. And the other recommendations looked far-reached, and they can't reach. And this was a good example in the case of Cameroon. It was a legitimate case, a case of rape. But in the committee at that time, the committee, I'm sure this one is also integrated or involved in that, went on to make recommendations, very positive ones in the first, and the second for me was a concern. They asked that the country should pay the child was violated 50 million francs CFA. Now, Cameroon is a country that functions on a $50 billion GDP. In a country that also has a high rate of poverty, it's a country that has few millionaires. The committee literally said the government should make this child a millionaire in the country. And I think this was one of the prohibitive aspects of that recommendation that withheld the issue of implementation. And through the investigation, I think the country also reported, is that they reported the issue of lack of funds. And we are all aware of what is happening as well in that country. There could be lack of funds, but there's also the issue of corruption that runs in that country. So a decision from this level should have just opposed the realities on the ground, corruption, which you don't deny, and then the extent to which the country will be able to attain those recommendations. And I think this was, or this is and still is, one of the holdbacks in terms of implementing this decision. Until now, they've not been able to pay the 50 million, and I doubt they were able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elvis. 2 critical aspects from your presentation. Introspection on states in terms of implementation of decisions, but interestingly, introspection also on the part of the committee. We see 2 polarities. We see non-discrimination, very many communications. On the other side, we see Article 29. I don't know whether you're referring to abduction. Very many. But very interestingly, I liked the part of amicable settlements To what extent are they amicable? To what extent do we have an actual implementation of the same? Is it just the substantive aspects when you have it signed and concluded at the session? What about the procedural aspects that have to be done to engage the logical conclusion of the amicable settlements? I think that's very interesting, but I think the committee has no problem raising millionaires if that's what the reparations would mean. But I think that those are questions that we should ask, and those are answers that we should also question. But thank you very much. We shall take the conversation back to the African Union, and I'm honored to have Mr. Hassan Mahamat from the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, who is going to give us his views in the next 10 minutes. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair, to give me the floor. Please, where you are, I'm going to speak in French. I think it's better. Je vous remercie de me donner la parole.
I thank you for giving me the floor. During this momentous time and an important working group, I'm going to buttress on the APRM's contribution towards capacity building and implementation and follow-up of the recommendation of the Committee of Experts on the Welfare of the Children. Thanks to collaboration, there is an efficacious interaction from the national mechanisms. We are going to introduce, first and foremost, the domains of collaboration between the APRM and the committee, the African Committee on the Right and the Welfare of the Children. We are going to see how the APRM is going to support technically the committee. And we are going to explore likewise how these two institutions are going to exchange informations and browse on two joint activities and what are the benefits of the collaboration between the APRM and the committee. And then we shall conclude. Indulge me to introduce the APRM, African Peer Review Mechanism. This is a unique mechanism in this continent created in 2003 to encourage the member states to deal with policies directed to sustainable development and development. Its mandate deals with good governance, accountability, and the protection of human rights. And this aligns closely with the objectives of the committee of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. Given this interwovenness, there is a potentiality of collaboration and synergy between these two institutions. We are going to see how the APRM is going to contribute in supporting the Committee of the Experts in furnishing the information with relevance to governance, with impact on the rights and the welfare of the child. We are going to browse and see how we're going to facilitate a holistic engagement. The APRM encourages civil society organizations, governments, and national human rights institutions so as to reach an efficacious implementation of the rights and the welfare of the child. We can facilitate a platform of collaboration where all stakeholders are going to discuss on the recommendation of the committee, the African Committee of the Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Children. We're dealing with the best practices here. The support to the national mechanisms of reporting and and monitoring and using the existing network, the APRM may support in capacity building on national mechanisms on implementation. Here we are talking about a technical support for the establishment of the reporting mechanisms and creating a synergy between all the different ministry and stakeholders for a better ownership on the recommendations of the committee, the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. The APRM can also support on technical training on issues pertaining to governance and the welfare of the child, namely trainings on the best practices of governance, on the rights and the principles of human rights. The APRM may as well furnish, buttress its expertise on data and data collection on the rights and the welfare of the child on the African continent. Within the APRM, we may process on periodic assessments or evaluation which deal with the analysis of policies having an impact on the right of the child. We may mainstream the follow-up of these recommendations of the committee, the African Committee of Experts on the Right and the Welfare of the Child, and furnishing a holistic image on the progress which have been already achieved and realizations. We may also establish joint action plans in between these two institutions with the APRM on one side, on the timelines and expectations from the African Expert Committee on the Right and Welfare of the Child, and ensuring that the APRM committee may feed the mechanisms of implementation for coherent report, because this is paramount to us. Within the APRM, we have three types of assessment. We have country assessment, periodic, and target assessments. We may deal with targeted assessments, namely violence against children and forced or early marriages. We may as well assess specific issues pertaining to the right of the child. Here I underscore and I undercur and underpin, I insist that the committee may approach APRM for this targeted assessment, which will enable to identify a thematic in amongst many, chief among one, for instance, the violence against the child, early marriages, or social protection. We may lead assessment within these countries, members of the committee, so as to enable the committee, so as to enrich the committee, and to establish the implementation of these recommendations from the aforementioned report. We are going to talk about the National Plan of Actions, meaning the promotion of the National Action Plan aligned to the right of the child. And we are going to have recommendations directed to the African Committee of Experts on the Right and the Welfare of the Child, and to enlarge the mandate of a national structure similar to the APRM, so as to ameliorate the assessment. It means the committee should have national structures within each country as focal points and susceptible reporting to the committee on every assessment that has been achieved in that given country on the implementation of the recommendations stemming from this report. We are going to organize workshops anchored on the best practices on monitoring and follow-up, so as the reporting may be well equipped so as to implement effectively and efficaciously the recommendations of the African Committee of Experts. 3 minutes. We are going to use the APRM's platform for a better advocacy on the best, for the implementation of the best recommendations of the African Committee in sensitizing the political deciders on the essential role on the protection of the right of the child. We are going to enhance or reinforce the promotion of the right of the African child to have a better comprehension of the governance incidence and the nexus on the child and the youth in particular. We are going to reinforce the partnership in between the APRM's networks and the stakeholders of the ACERWC and a betterment of transparency in between the government and civil society organizations with the rights of the children as important. In sum, since I'm reminded to be brief, the APRM is engaged to the implementation of the recommendations of the African Expert Committee on the Right and Welfare of the Child with all the stakeholders and other government structures. In working together, we may ensure that the rights of the child should be respected, must be respected, and all member states discharge themselves on their obligations in virtue of the African Charter for the Right of the Child. Collaboration, this is crucial to protect the right of the child, in particular the right of the child. These two entities should continue to work shoulder to shoulder so as to achieve their objectives and ensuring that the right of the child should be plainly protected and achieved. I thank you for your scrupulous attention, and I'm burning to delve into these discussions on these vital questions. I thank you so very much.
A round of applause. Please, if we are clapping, let's clap. Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan Mahmoud, for pointing to the fact that we can still do promotion, even at the AU level. We can do aspects of accountability and transparency in a wider area, supporting the various synergies that we engage. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Before we open up the floor for some questions here and there, I'd like to invite one of the external experts, Prof. Songua Odombana, to give us an overview of the Working Group's Resolution 21 on national monitoring mechanisms. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Working Group. Good afternoon, or is it evening now? The Working Group is elaborating a draft resolution on the implementation of decisions and recommendations of the committee, which will be presented to the committee for adoption. And my task is just to highlight just a few of the provisions of the resolution. Because of time, I'll just focus on a few key points of that resolution. Now, it's headed Resolution 21 of 2024, and it focuses on essentially state obligations, strengthening of national mechanisms, and promoting engagement with the committee to ensure the implementation of children's rights. Now, the resolution consists of two parts, the preambular part and the operative parts, which is typical of resolutions. The operative part also contains two segments. There are recommendations to states, and then there are also recommendations to the mechanisms in focus. So I just want to focus on those three aspects, the preamble, the operative part to states, as well as to the mechanism themselves. Now, in the preamble, I just want to focus on 5 things that are highlighted in the preamble. The first thing is on state obligation. The resolution emphasizes the fact that states have the primary obligation to implement decisions and recommendations of the African Committee. And the next is that the resolution underscored the fact that there are absence of national mechanisms in a number of states, which has been highlighted repeatedly here. So that many states lack effective mechanism for national implementation, reporting, and follow-up, which impacts compliance with the committee's decisions and recommendations. The preamble also locate this current resolution in its previous resolution 16 of 2022, which call upon state parties to establish a comprehensive national reporting and monitoring mechanism for implementation and compliance with decisions and recommendations of the committee. It also highlights the role of national mechanisms to enhance compliance with obligations under the African Charter, improving states' capacity to implement the committee's decisions and recommendations. Finally, the preambular part of it also emphasizes the fact that these mechanisms have been emerging and they showed positive progress in states that have established such mechanisms compared to those states that have not done so. So these are some of the few points highlighted in the preambular part of the resolution. And then going to the operative part of the resolution, number one, it calls on state for state action. Resolution 21 calls on state to establish national mechanisms for the implementation and reporting with legal framework, and that should engage with civil society, ensure children and their representatives are actively involved in the processes, and the resolution also draws on the United Nations resolution encouraging the creation and strengthening of such mechanisms. So it's not starting from ground zero. Now, additionally, it also focuses on capacity building. Resolution 21 emphasizes the need to strengthen national mechanisms through coordination, transparency, oversight, public engagement, and staff training. So that focuses on capacity building. And then there's also the necessity for engagement with the committee, with the African Committee of Experts. Resolution 21 calls for stronger collaboration between national mechanisms and the African Committee, including through reporting, country visits, and follow-up activities. Then there are specific recommendations to the mechanism itself to be established. One is that they are encouraged to monitor children's rights, facilitate government compliance, promote review of reservations to the African Children Charter by states, and then support civil society engagement in the reporting process. And additionally, the resolution call on those mechanisms to be established to support Agenda 2040, to promote Agenda 2040 for an Africa fit for children and facilitate reports on national efforts to commemorate the Day of the African Child. And finally, it calls on national database. It encourages the national mechanism to develop a national outline database to track implementation progress. These are just some of the key highlights, and I'm sure that when the resolution is adopted by the committee, it will be made available for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for saving us some time out of the 10 minutes. So we shall open up the floor for only 3 questions. The 3 questions are to be answered here. The other 10 questions will be answered in the course of the conversation outside. So I'm not being a dictator, but we are just changing the trend of engagement. So the first question will come from Prof. Fatima. The second question will come from Zambia, DRC. So we shall start with DRC, then we shall have Zambia, then we shall have Mauritania, then we shall have Prof. Fatima. And someone is putting up her hand up there. No, Kenya, we shall not give you another opportunity now, please. Yes, so we are going to have 4 questions. So we shall start with DRC, then Zambia. Over to DRC.
Très rapidement. S'il vous plaît, allez tout droit au but et posez votre question. Merci.
Thank you so very much for the floor. Very good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to commend everyone for the intervention. I'm really moved by the fact that the representative of the office of the High Commission on the Rights, with 75 years of the existence of human rights, and when there was a projection in this regard, the DRC did not figure on that list. The DRC has 20 years of experience, and we are witnessing a lot of abuses, especially on the issue pertaining to the protection of the rights of the children. Personally, I'm an activist of human rights, and I'm working more on the issues pertaining to the protection of the wife and the children. If I may elucidate that the rights of the children on Eastern DRC, South Kivu, North Kivu, Goma, Bukavu, are trampled down because there's a multitude of children who are not studying. And if you know, well, it's now 3 years that children are not going to school in the camps of the displaced people. When doctors spoke about promiscuity or sexuality, I wanted to raise what is happening in the province of North Kivu with regard to the children of 11 years who are being raped, and women who are becoming who are now using sex as survival in the camps of the displaced children. Now we should ask ourselves questions. Are the rights of the children really respected? Whereas the DRC is a member of the countries which fight for the right of the children. I was shown a lot of children of the road to vagabond because they lost their parents. I'd like to know that the AU should delve on this issue and deal with consideration. I thank you.
Shall we have the second question from the Republic of Zambia?
Thank you, Chair. Not really necessarily a question, but an observation over what looks like it a disabler to our operations. Yesterday it came, the Secretariat was complaining about non-compliance of member states. Today again it comes in a different way, whereby member states are somehow like defensive. The African Union is an African body, and it was born out of very empirical analysis and considerations that we needed to tackle certain problems as a continent. And all member states contribute to its sustenance, the salaries and the like, whatever management. But if we are not compliant, if we don't meet dates, we don't keep time frames, then we could be shooting our own efforts. We may have very little, but just to comply. Otherwise, it's not an easy thing to maintain a continental body, and as member states, we cannot keep quiet if we receive such. So I really felt it's something that we must introspect and work on. If we don't submit reports, we don't adhere to guidelines, we do not do much, then there is no way we can expect to forge ahead. It's something that makes my heart sink. And that's what even our children were saying there. All of us here, we have spent money coming, resources and the like, but if we do not do what we come here to agree on, then we are shooting our own efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for that introspection coming from a state. Thank you very much. We shall hear from Mauritania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate Thank you, Chair, and I would like to congratulate all the panelists for the quality of their presentations. And
I would like to ask a question or share an experience of my country concerning reporting and recommendations, because I believe that in such meetings, these are opportunities that we have for us to share good practices. So for us, Mauritania has ratified all conventions of human rights, including the African Charter of Well-being of Children, and we have subscribed in all sovereignty to all obligations and implementation and recommendations. So our government, Mauritanian government, now has a particular interest to the organs or international organs of human rights, and we put in place a mechanism of reporting and as well as monitoring and reporting. Before engaging into missions or the work plan of this mechanism, I would like to remind us that we have a committee, an interministerial committee, which is in charge of orientation of human rights. Now, coming back to this mechanism, reporting mechanism, it is reported with 3 missions. The first mission is to establish a report which is destined, which should be the conventional in all the legal framework, and second mission is the monitoring of the implementation of recommendations by Mauritania. And in this regard, myself and my delegation, we came to attend, to have consultation with the committee, African Committee, and with the recommendation that you gave to our country. And the third mission of this mechanism of monitoring and reporting is to follow up on this recommendation that I given here. We have the report of the U.S. Concerning human trafficking. Now, the structure of this mechanism, we have a chair and a secretariat is the humanitarian commissioner. And we have other delegations, member of delegations, who are here and they do monitoring and reporting. Now, we have a department that take care of the database, and we also have a report which is submitted to different we have the institutions of human rights institutions, and before it could be sent, this is what I had to present. I submit. Now, before I finish,
that's the opportunity, but it's a conversation that we can continue. Would you mind wrapping up in the next 30 seconds?
Sure.
Okay, so the Republic of Kenya, you have 1 minute.
Would you please use the microphone? Thank you.
Chairman, I first want to congratulate the team who presented, and I particularly want to talk on the stateless of the Nubi children that our good professor has talked about. It is true, it was like that, but as I'm speaking today, the Nubi children and any other child that was going through the vetting process in Kenya, the vetting process have been stopped by none other than His Excellency the President, and it has been gazetted, and today every child in Kenya do not go through the barbaric vetting process that was in place. And the other thing is we also have mechanisms, many mechanisms in addressing issues of environment. We have bodies that report. We have the National Environmental Management Authority, we have the National Environmental Trust Fund, we have regional and national water bodies that work with the children and with water programs. We have the government of Kenya has put into itself in planting 15 billion trees, and these trees have been planted around the country, and the champion is His Excellency, the President, who is in the forefront in planting those trees. We have constitutional provision that addresses issues of environmental issues. We also have, I'm proud to tell you that once upon a time Mandera County, which was a desert, has received the International Green City Award against Liverpool and Melbourne. That shows Africa.
A round of applause. Thank you very much.
The implication is Africa was, is, and can. We can do everything. The sky is the limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In a special, please, you'll allow me apologize to the Republic of Mauritania. I got lost in the translation. I'm told you were just about to ask a question. So the Republic of Mauritania, if you may go ahead and ask that question. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I'd like to ask from the representative who talked about the initiative aimed at favoring the cooperation between his institution and civil society organizations. If such kind of opportunities arise for the government department which work on the human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Fatima, then after you we shall have the last question from the corner.
Merci.
Thank you so very much to the panelists, to the working group which worked on Resolution 21. I'd like, in a nutshell, say that there is an imperative necessity so that we may push our government to establish these national mechanisms. The proof is the current situation that we are witnessing. During my mandate, we faced the same issue. We had the initial report which arrives, and then with regard to periodic report, it was another story. Currently, it's the same story. We have 40 initial reports and period 20 periodic reports. There is a real difficulty for state members with regard to reporting and recommendations and monitoring. We need to sensitize them so that this should be established, so that surely these national mechanisms should work in a network and exchange the best practices, and also reflect and ponder on their perfection. I so submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Fatima. There was a hand at the corner. I was not able to see that hand. Yes, please. You have 1 minute.
Bonjour.
Very good afternoon. From the onset, I'd like to commend the panelists for their presentation. Indulge me, I'm going to be violent with my voice. This is the truth. Unfortunately, the African continent is begging for the fund that they deserve. For instance, Gabon, we have a lot of foreign companies which are pillaging and polluting our countries instead of allocating funds for the environment that they have so destroyed. It is incumbent to them to bequeath these funds. Some of those countries succeeded to buttress climate change through different strategies. Why shouldn't they share with them? Some so hypothesize developed countries have succeeded to deal with climate changes thanks to the strategies which they have drafted. Why not sharing with the African continent, given that we are facing the same challenges? The fault is owing to the exploitation. I saw something. Thank you.
For your various questions and comments. They are much appreciated. So we are going to use some kind of, I don't know that it will be witchcraft or high-level power, but we are going to use 1 minute per panelist to give his views on the questions or comments in your order of preference. So I'll start with Prof. Dr. Elvis. 1 minute, over to you.
I think it is very clear based on our own experience that the issue of implementation is not an easy task. But what the states, in my opinion, should take into consideration is that in instances where recommendations from the committee become a challenge for states to implement, nothing should stop states from dialoguing with the committee to find ways in which they could find a middle ground in order to get to implement the decisions of the committee. But the rate at which states do not implement decisions, and the 3 countries that I mentioned were just examples, the rate at which states are not implementing decisions is a major concern. It is a major concern, and that is why we're still stagnant on where we are. And also to the committee is that the committee should also moderate and try to balance, again, that aspect of technicality and reality, so that most of the recommendations are not over-exaggerated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elvis. Ms. Ivana, would you share with us some of your last parting words? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all participants for their questions and comments. I think it's very commendable, this resolution that was presented, and it's very much in line with what we are doing at the UN level, striving for more synergy and coherence between universal and regional mechanisms, and indeed national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up are the best platform also to ensure this coherence. I would also like to point out that what we are doing, we are basically providing a platform for states to exchange good practice, and there is a lot of good practice there that could be shared and that states can build on. Perhaps the last point is to mention the National Recommendations Tracking Database. In your resolution, you point to the importance of databases to track recommendations and implementation of recommendations. This is a platform that the office has developed and is providing to states for free, also with the capacity building. Just next week, we will have a workshop in Mauritania to present and roll out this database with the National Interministerial Committee for Reporting and Follow-up. So it's another great opportunity for capacity building and for improving reporting and especially implementation, because we are speaking about a lot of technical issues, but what is important at the end, and what was also highlighted by the participant, is really the beneficiaries and implementation of the recommendations, improving the human rights on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hassan, what are your parting words?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Je pense que j'ai
I think that I have a question coming from Mauritania. Yes, Mauritania is indeed a member of the APRM, African Peers Review Mechanism. However, it's yet to have established these national structures. Reason why we do not have any interactions between stakeholders and the Mauritanian government. Well, in some, I'd like to underscore the comments coming from Professor Fatima. What she raised is very important. The reason why, through my recommendations, I tried to underpin 2 aspects, meaning the Secretariat and the committee should establish national structures and also establish national structures on the same length with the APRM 3 levels. We have national structures which should be established. First and foremost, we have focal points designated by the President of the Republic, representing the heads of states in the fora of APRM. Then we have National Commission of Governors. which encapsulate all the stakeholders, which is going to elect one chair, one president coming from civil society organizations or some other structures. Then we have the National Secretariat, which falls under the government, the National Secretariat, which is going to shepherd all the activities at the national level. What I'm raising today is not only incumbent to the African Committee of Experts. We are sharing the same bureaus with NEPAD, and the NEPAD is failing to access various countries when you do not possess national structures. Therefore, you cannot have any footprint. You may have recommendations, and it will be impossible to implement those recommendations because they are not national structures. Also, in the recommendations I'd like to put forward, I am about to finish, distinguished professor. I'm going to propose the Secretariat and the committee to come close to work together with the APRM to have a target assessment. Just request us a target assessment, be it violence stemming from early marriages. It's going to be one of the best practices of sharing experiences. And then the committee may enlarge its mandate and see how the national structure should be established. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Mr. Michael, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. I think my parting words would be that as civil society, we should engage with implementation as a collective responsibility. It's not something that we can leave only to the institutions that litigate, because the more we engage with the state parties, the more likely we are to get results. And therefore, we must continually engage with the state party towards getting the results that we desire. But also to encourage state parties that they must engage us as collaborators and not as adversaries who are only seeking to shame them or to create trouble. We're all interested in the same thing. And the more we can collaborate, the better we can achieve. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much to our panelists for the great conversations you've taken us in. And unfortunately, that's the end of this great panel. But please, you're also informed that we have a very interesting panel coming up, and it's on the working group on business and children. Please grab your cup of tea and come back in. So as I discharge the panelists, once again, thank you, Ivana, thank you, Elvis, thank you, Prof. Sungroa, thank you, my brother, for PRM, thank you, Michael, and thank you to participants. Please, may you clap for yourselves as well. So as you grab your cup of tea, I'm sorry to stand between you and the right to nourishment. Unfortunately, they are still preparing the cup of tea, so we shall start the conversation. I'll invite Mrs. Opal Svanda, who will guide us on the last panel for the day, the working group on business and children's rights. I'll also request the panelists to come to the front. Dr. Chairman Okoloise, Miss Yvonne Tagurei, and our child representative, Mr. Okeke Luke. So without further ado, I'll hand over to the chairman of the panel, Dr. Chairman Okoloise. Over to you.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege for me to be chairing this particular reflection section as a chairman with the kind approval of Honorable Robert. So this session is not a lecture, but a reflection session on safeguarding the rights of children in the informal business sector. And the modality for the panel would be so the modality for this panel would be for me to set the context, and I have a presentation to that effect. Can I kindly please ask the Secretariat to air my presentation? And after setting the scene for our reflection session, there's going to be a short 4-minute video titled Not Really Children. It's a video documentary by the International Labour Organization. And thereafter, I will invite the panelists to respond to questions. So on this panel, we have a child representative from Nigeria, Master Okeke Luke Chibuchi, and then we have a representative of the Working Group on Children's Rights and Business, external expert Yvonne Tangurei. So basically, this session seeks to achieve 4 primary objectives. The first one is really to raise awareness about the prevalence and impact of child labor in the informal business sector. The second objective is to identify and discuss barriers mitigating against the protection of children's rights in the informal business sector. And the third one really is to invite state parties to share their experiences and perhaps best practices on addressing the challenges of child labor in the informal business sector. And the last but not the least would be really to develop actionable recommendations for addressing the scourge of child labor. And as you've heard, I have talked about the prevalence. So there's going to be some showing of statistics just to set the scene. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Next slide. Yes. So the informal business sector essentially is businesses that operate outside formal regulatory processes. Businesses that are outside the tax net, businesses that are unlicensed or unregistered, and businesses that operate outside the radar of labor regulations. And so we're already used to many of these businesses, but of course, the panelists would actually speak to this in due course. But I want to say that this reflection session does not seek to demonize the informal business sector. On the contrary, there are some benefits to the informal business sector, and we see this in terms of its capacity to actually bolster employment generation, where government cannot do that. We see its capacity to promote economic inclusion. We also see the encouragement that comes from the informal business sector in terms of driving innovativeness and building economic resilience. And of course, a direct impact of this is reducing unemployment and crime and what have you. Can we go to the next slide, please? Examples of the informal business sector we often see. Next slide, please. Thank you. Hawking, street vending, tailoring, and these are just a few examples. Young children, serving as mechanics or vulcanizers, bus conductors, and subsistence, and working in subsistence farming. And with this, you see a lot of hazards.
a lot of challenges, risks, and sometimes fatalities. And so the reason why the informal business sector is attractive, or why it draws a large number of children, as we see from the statistics shortly, is because of economic necessity, ease of entry, and flexibility. Now, as we see in this slide, statistics from 2021 by the International Labour Organization and UNICEF, it's called the Child Labour Global Estimates 2020 report. You'll see that globally we have 160 children in the informal, that's in child labor. And about 50% of that, that's about 79 million, are involved in hazardous work. So essentially, whatever statistics you get, in about 50% of kids involved in child labor are invariably involved in hazardous work. And of course, the statistics of boys and girls are there. I'm not going to bore you with that. But the whole point is to actually to tell you, to show you that this is a concern, and that's why it's a reflection session. Next slide, please. Just looking at the records for sub-Saharan Africa, from 2008 to 2020, child labor population grew by 21.5 million children. And the total population age between 5 and 17 years rose by 104.8 million according to the Global Estimates report. So that is a very staggering number. And the percentage of African jobs in the informal economy stands at about 86%. And we'll see that in various reports, like reports from the World Bank, the African Development Bank, in countries like Nigeria, the informal sector represents about 80%. In Ethiopia, it's about 80%. In Kenya, it's about 70%. In South Africa, it's about 15 to 20%. And in North Africa, it's about 30 to 60%. So I'm hoping that even as we generate ideas on how to, please hold on. Even as we generate ideas on how to address the challenges of child labor in the informal business sector, member states can begin to respond on how they see fit to address this menace. But one challenge is the struggle to differentiate between parents exposing kids, to industry at a very early age in the household and actually subjecting them to hazardous work. That has been the challenge. And so we see from this, from the statistics, that child labor occurring within the family in sub-Saharan Africa stands at 82%. So it's really a gray area that I will highlight shortly. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So if you look at this report, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, children between 5 and 11, about 60% of them are, in sub-Saharan Africa compared to any other region in the world. And if you look at the report for North Africa and West Asia, that number is relatively lower than the global average of 55%. So North Africa is about 54%. So I'm just wrapping up, Honorable Chair. It's not a long presentation. Next slide, please. Now, a majority of children are involved in the agricultural sector worldwide, and this is also the same for Africa. So the average is about 75 to 76%, and the global average is 70% in the agricultural sector. Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically saying the same. Can you go to the next slide? Now, this next slide talks about family work which is really dominating. So like I've talked about, there is a dilemma as to exposing children very early on to work, to raise them as industrious kids, and also overexposing them to child labor and often hazardous work. So the impact, so this is the prevalence. All the statistics are showing you the prevalence, but what's the impact? The impact is extreme bodily and mental harm, poor access to quality education, child abuse, child slavery, sexual or economic exploitation, and sometimes death. And this is why states need to be bordered by the level of statistics that we've seen of children involved in informal sector and the exposure to hazardous work and child labor. Next slide, please. So a number of standards already apply. The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is our primary reference point. It stands on 4 primary principles. 1 is non-discrimination, 2 is the right to life, 3 is the obligation of states, to ensure as much as possible the survival and development of the child. Okay. And these are provided for under Articles 3, 4, and 5. But we also have child labor that's provided for under Article 15, and the obligation imposed on states under Article 15.2. Other relevant provisions under the African Children's Charter, you have Articles 22, 27, 28, and 29. You also have the CRC, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the ILO Convention number 138 on minimum age. This particular convention says that the minimum age for children for working is 15, but that light work might be allowed for children who are the age of 13. And of course you have ILO Convention 182. So I will just please go to the next slide. This year, in April.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Chairman, please, we need to wrap up.
One more slide, thank you so much. And the next 1 minute. So in April, during the 43rd ordinary session of the African Children's Committee, the working group considered the resolutions 20 and 21. So resolution 21 is the most important in this regard, and that is dealing with the safeguarding of children in the context of the informal business sector, and that resolution was adopted. A number of other soft laws are there. But finally, last slide, please. Last slide. Yes, so finally, as I invite members of the panel to engage in this reflective session, I just want to highlight that we acknowledge that states already have a number of legislation and laws and regulations and rules addressing child labor, recognizing those in their laws. But there subsists a number of challenges like lack of legislation, particularly addressing exposure of children to informal business sector, right? Absence of social protection programs. The rising number of out-of-school children, and failure of member states to regulate properly the informal business sector, as well as their recognition of children concerned with the best interests of the child under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So within this context, I'd like to invite our first... Okay, thank you for the reminder. Before I invite the panelists to engage with this topic, we have a 4-minute video which we'd like to play. Okay. Please, let's listen and watch. Thank you.
أنا اسمي محمد موجود من محافظة الفيوم، عندي 14 سنة. أنا شغال هنا، أبويا ما بيقدرش يشتغل وأجي أنا أشتغل وبساعد بيتنا. شيلنا وإحنا صغيرين عشان نجيب قرش ونعتمد على نفسي. إحنا اللي زينا بقى بيلعبوا، بس إحنا ظروفنا كده. وأنا كبير بتبقى تعبان، طول ما أنا شغال صحتي بتقل، ظهرك بيوجعك وجسمك بيوجعك. باخد 60 جنيه في اليوم بديها لأمي عشان توكلني. يا ابن الجرع يا عم، انت الدكان هتسيب العجله تاني. عم الجرع انت بس. لا محمد معانا يا عم، كل اصحابك ساكتين شد حيل. الشاكل ان حد زار فيا ولا حد يدبني بحاجه بتعور. مره دبني عورني وقعدت يومين ما اشتغلش، والراجل رن عليا وقال لي لازم اتاج، انا مش لاقي انفار، انا لازم انزل عشان ما حدش ياخد مكاني. جدع على مين؟ عليك علينا على مين؟
أنا اسمي إيمان أحمد سيد، عندي 13 سنة
بشتغل في مشغل عشان الظروف، يعني عشان امي وابويا. بطلع الساعه 6 الصبح، ما باجيش الا قبل المغرب. من الشغل للبيت، للبيت للشغل. هو يوم الجمعه بس اللي قاعدين في البيت. احنا لو قعدنا على حسابنا احنا. قبل ما اجي المشغل هنا اتلسحت في مصنع الشوكولاته. بقف على المكنه الف، نحول الكراتين العربيه. الهم جالي بدري عشان بشتغل واعمل حاجات كتير، وملحقش اقعد مع امي وابويا. مفيش وقت العب ولا انبسط مع اصحابي ولا اقعد معاهم.
مركز تمرين للطفل العام يقول لك ما تشتغلش، شغلوش الشغل وحش عليكم وانتوا صغيرين. الطفل من لسه صغير لحد 18 سنه تتدرب على عندك 15 سنه. بنروح انا وزمايلي نلعب وكمان بنفرح معاهم. حاجه بتخفف اللي احنا بنشوفه الصبح.
قولوا النبي محمد هات 15 خطوه عملها في السلطه وظبط حاجتي. مش عارف ادم والراجل هيرضى يشغلنا ولا لا. والله انا ما عارف، انا عندي امتحانات النهارده ومش عارف هيمشيني ولا لا.
يا بحار يا ابني انت شوابوك دي يا ابني، شوابوك انت شوب. لا يعني
والله ابو محمد كنا عاملين المنبه والمنبه ما رضيش يرن. هنعمل اباطيه
يا عم منبه يا وزيت انت جاي متاخر تقول المنبه.
والله اسمنا محمد ومش هنأخر تاني.
انت حالك وديك عند ابوك. خدوا معايا الميه ادي الميه.
شربة شمس.
هو اصلا لازم الشغل يعمل عشان الشمس تعبانه.
نفسية تعبانة ما أدري من أتلقاها، من شغلي من تعبي العيش حضرت معاي. الدنيا ما تفهمني ولا نفهم معنى كلمة عيشة بقيت أرفض بالعافية بتلقاها عطلة بطلة. ما في غير العمالة من صغري حد كبري واني على هذا الحالة.
كان نفسي اطلع طيار، تبقى حاجه عاليه واشيل هم اخواتي وابويا وعيلتنا.
نفسي اروح المدرسه عشان اتعلم وفي نفس الوقت اطلع حاجه انفع نفسي، اعمل يعني عايزه اعيش حياتي.
Thank you so much, that's all. So you can see from that video the emphasis on extreme bodily and mental exhaustion and concern by children of their interest in having, their dreams and goals realized.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Luke Okeke, and I'll be answering your questions with my presentation. Brief overview of child labor in Africa. Child labor refers to the exploitation of children, typically under the age of 18, in various forms of work that deprive them of their childhood and education, harm their physical, mental, and emotional well-being, interferes with their ability to attend school, and expose them to hazardous conditions and abuse. What are the child rights in Nigeria? These include the rights to live, education, health, protection from abuse, exploitation, and discrimination. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, provides in Chapter 4 for the fundamental human rights of all citizens of the country, and it's inclusive of both children and adults. Types of child labor. We have the forced labor, bonded labor, which is also known as debt labor, whereby a child is meant to work to pay off his father's or parents' loan. We have domestic work. We have agricultural work. This is when children are made to work in cocoa farms, cotton industries, cassava. And we have where children work in mining sectors and they beg in streets just to survive. Addressing child labor is critical for protecting children's rights, breaking poverty cycles, promoting economic development, and enhancing education. Here with me, I have a picture of a boy who lost his finger. And with this picture, I don't know how this child would have the mind to just see a picture of a boy with lost finger, how he's going to have the confidence to speak or have a thumbprint with a broken finger. Importance of education. Yeah, while I'm bringing education into this is, child labor cannot be solved without involving the education sector, because education plays a vital role in child's development. So education refers to the process of acquiring knowledge, skills, value, and beliefs that enable individuals to develop their abilities, critical thinking, and problem-solving capacities. Education as a key to unlocking potential. In essence, education is a powerful key that unlocks the doors to endless possibilities, allowing individuals to reach their full potential and live a fulfilling life. While male child engage in child labor, male child labor is particularly concerning as boys are more often engaged in hazardous work and are often expected to contribute to family income. While male children engage in child labors are due to social and cultural expectations. We have some tribes that expect boys as young as 14 years old to work to bring food to their family's table. We have economic necessity and survival. Boys are expected to support families financially. And we have limited access to education and opportunities. Boys may be seen as less deserving of education and are encouraged to enter the workforce instead. And lack of alternative opportunities and role model. Now these boys don't see anyone to look up to say, okay, I want to be like this person. So they feel like entering the workforce is how they achieve their goal. Solutions and strategies: improving access to quality education, changing cultural and social norms, strengthening laws and enforcement, addressing poverty and economic inequality. Characteristics of street children: they are typically under the age of 5 to 17 years old. They are mostly boys and girls, but boys are more prevalent. Now, a research taken by the Save the Children Foundation shows that 70% of street children are mostly boys. And with 150 million street children in the world, Africa eats up 60%. So out of 7 continents in the world, Africa takes 60%. How to address these issues? We must highlight the long-term consequences of child labor and lack of education for boys, address social and cultural norms that perpetuate male child labor, support education and empowerment programs for male children. Now, the way forward is to raise awareness, educate children, parents, and community members about children's rights and the risk associated with child labor. Strengthen and enforce laws and policies protecting children from exploitation. Support for working children. Offer support services such as counseling, healthcare, and social protection to children already engaged in informal work. In conclusion, we must remember that every child deserves a safe, supportive, and nurturing environment. We must work together to address the complex issues surrounding street children and children engaged in labor. There is a need to provide children with opportunities for a brighter future, and the need for action by the African societies for better results cannot be overemphasized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, OKK, for that brilliant presentation and your answer to the question posed. So in this context, and you've highlighted very important issues there that member states should take note of, the need to raise awareness, educate parents on the risks associated with child labor, and the need for states to strengthen laws regulating the informal business sector, and of course, to promote cooperation. So that's a very brilliant intervention there, OKK. I would now like to direct my next question to an external expert of the African Children's Committee's Working Group on Children's Rights and Business, Ms. Yvonne Tagurei. And the first question, so you can answer this in two parts. The first question is, what are the key recommendations for member states which you've identified in the African Children's Committee's Resolution 21 of 2024 on regulating the informal business sector for enhanced child protection?
Thank you very much, Dr. Chairman, for the question, and to Okeke Luke for really giving us a candid reflection on how children are engaged in the informal sector. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I know this is grave hour, but we are about to get there. So from the outset, it is important to note that the resolution on the regulation of businesses in the informal sector is coming in within a context where we are working in a largely unregulated sector, as previously mentioned by Dr. Chairman. However, we do have Article 15 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, as well as Article 16, which specifically mandates member states to take appropriate legislative, administrative, social, and educational measures to protect children from all forms of torture, inhuman and degrading treatment, especially physical injury, as we saw in the video. So we are also coming in as the African Committee of Experts Working Group on Children's Rights and Business in a context where the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement really is creating a common market for goods and services, and it's deemed to be one of the largest common free market areas, where it will be covering more than 1.3 billion people amongst 54 African countries and 8 recognized regional economic communities. So if we see these trends, and we know that out of all our countries, the informal economy is very, very largely contributing to the gross domestic product. So the informal economy really plays a large role in the African Continental Free Trade Area. Hence, the resolution really is coming at a point where we really need to urgently regulate the way informal businesses engage with children. So as noted, our informal economy is really vibrant. As you could see from street vendors, I'm sure in every African country that you would go to, you would find street vendors selling vegetables and fruits, which are key to ensuring food security. We find unregulated and informal transport services that keeps the cities and economies thriving. And we also have small and medium enterprises where cheap labor is rooted in the structures that are often underdeveloped. So as a working group, we then decided to then develop this resolution, which also has a preamble and also some operational aspects. However, the preamble really notes that the primary duty to protect children in the informal business sector lies with the state, as enunciated in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and it calls upon states to regulate informal business practices for enhanced protection of children. The resolution, ladies and gentlemen, consists of 19 key recommendations, which are largely categorized into 3. These are legislative and enforcement measures, as mentioned by Luke, who is already visionary in the terms of the recommendations he's giving us from a child lens. So under the legislative, regulatory, and enforcement measures to states, the resolution calls upon member states to set a minimum age of employment that should not be less than the minimum age of the end of compulsory education. So in Africa, we find that there are countries that have very low minimum ages and they do not meet ILO conventions as low as 8 years, and children then do not end up accessing education. So the recommendation to states is to ensure that children remain in school for the longest period of time. The resolution also looks into economic policies to ensure that there are flexible credit schemes and banking services to provide informal businesses compliance towards child labor standards. The resolution that has been provided provides also access to services for children.
You have 1 minute.
As mentioned by, thank you, as mentioned by Luke, we need to access services for children such as education and healthcare, as well as vocational training to ensure a comprehensive school retention and school catch-up programs. What is also important is the importance of targeted child-sensitive social protection, which may support low-income families to keep children from working, and states are encouraged to ensure that there is targeted child-sensitive social awareness, child-sensitive social protection programs. And finally, the resolution also really calls upon states parties to embark on public awareness raising campaigns, and also to use the state party report process to ensure that they are reporting to the committee on efforts they're making to monitor and regulate the informal business sector. And finally, just to mention that the informal business sector and its regulation requires a multi-sectoral approach and multidisciplinary approach. We know that the informal economy largely contributes to the country's GDP. Therefore, we need to work with trade unions, chambers of commerce, consumer associations, and labor inspectorates to ensure that we protect children in the informal economy. Thank you so much, Doctor. I submit.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. And rightly, I really appreciate your response there. And just a follow-up question to that intervention would be, then, based on your answer, what role should businesses in the informal sector play in protecting children's rights? You have 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. So I think businesses in the informal sector play a vital role in protecting children. However, it is important to note that due to the low degree of formalization of this sector, workable solutions to protect children working in this sector need to be contextually relevant. As we saw from the video, there were children that were working in a construction company or in a construction area, so that would not necessarily be the same way an informal business that is working with children as touts would work. So we really need contextually relevant recommendations. So the informal sector is really urged to identify and assess any actual or potential adverse impacts that informal businesses can have on children, and they should do this by conducting risk analysis and conduct due diligence guidelines as guided by the Child Rights Business Principles, as well as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So while we also understand that the provision of child-sensitive social protection is largely the state's responsibility, I also am of the opinion that businesses in the informal sector can also play a role in expanding social protection programs. So businesses should establish homegrown, informal corporate social responsibility initiatives that cushion children from economic shocks and the harmful impacts of their business practices. So for instance, we have a very good and promising practice from Kenya, where the Savings and Credit Corporation cooperatives, normally called the SACCOs, have helped children to stay in schools through targeted bursaries and provision of interest-free credit schemes. And we also have welfare schemes that are currently also implemented in countries such as Ghana, Seychelles, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Uganda, where small medium enterprises are also supporting governments around social protection programs. Businesses in the informal sector should also provide decent jobs, decent working conditions to families, and to ensure that children are not forced to work in hazardous conditions. As we saw in the video, there was a child who was actually lifting a brick, and there were no barricades up the stairs. And in instances like that, if a child falls, that could lead to death. So we are calling on informal business sectors to, at a bare minimum, assess risks and ensure that if children are then forced to work, there are some protective mechanisms in place. So we also know that in a context where children also don't really get adequate pay, it's important that they are not exposed to dangerous working hours, long working hours, and it's important that young people are cushioned from exposure to hazardous substances. So I'd just like to conclude that there is also a role that civil society organizations play in really closely working with the informal sector to raise awareness and provide trainings on use of the child rights-based approach. And another interesting example is Fair Trade Africa, that has been working with civil society organizations on the continent to support informal farmers with developing child safeguarding policies, as well as a child protection manual for how smallholder farmers in Africa can begin to protect children. So I'll just end here and say that we really need to have informal businesses in the room. It's becoming critical that we open these spaces, human rights spaces, for chambers of commerce, for business networks and small medium enterprises. And we hope that when we have this conversation in the next period, we'll have these businesses sitting on this table, giving us some of the approaches in which we can more or less use to ensure that children are adequately protected. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you so much for those interventions. Like Honorable Mamina said, you need to clap if you want to clap. Thank you so much to the panelists for your interventions. I really appreciate that intellectually in-depth engagement. But as a reflective session, I'd like to set the context for interventions, especially from member states, by asking open questions to member states here present, because it's supposed to be an engagement session rather than just throwing it open. This is because we need to learn from your experiences, and as I've shown from the graphs, the experience in North Africa and probably countries like South Africa, Mauritius, Seychelles might be slightly different from generally sub-Saharan Africa. So if you want to take the, before I invite interventions, I'd like to ask these three questions so that you can take note of that when you intervene. The first question is, what key steps has your government taken to safeguard children's rights in the informal business sector? What key steps has your government taken to safeguard children's rights in the informal business sector? The second question is, how is your government addressing the involvement of children working with their families in the informal sector, and what strategies are being used to protect their rights while respecting family economic needs? So these are some of the gray areas that we want to engage with in this reflection session. And then the last question is, what are the main challenges in enforcing child protection laws in the informal sector, and how do you plan to address them? The questions are not addressed to any particular state, but we'd like to hear your views, and so I'd like to invite interventions from the floor. Thank you so much. You would have 1 to 2 minutes max each. Thank you. Okay, we see Algeria. We'll come to you. Let's just see who wants to take the floor. Can you kindly signify now? Algeria? Uganda. All right. Algeria, you have the floor. Thank you.
Karima. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1 minute is not enough. However, I'll try to speak immediately to the child labor as you specifically requested this. With regard to child labor, we have the National Council for Prevention of Child Labor. This council or this committee is in the Ministry of Labor. And members of this committee, the National Committee for Child Labor and other organizations, all of them are trying to prevent child labor. And in the Ministry of Labor, there are inspectors who inspect workplaces in surprise visits to check if children are being exploited in work. Here, I wanted to explain to the audiences here that there is difference between child labor and economic exploitation, because Algeria witnesses cases of economic exploitation. But but when it comes to child labor, is very little. It comes with labor relationships. There are penalties which are inflicted on business owners, and they are referred to justice. With regard to child, there is a protection, social protection, and legal protection. However, we are working on reporting of any kind of violations against children. So whoever sees that there is kind of exploitation, whether in the construction or in farms, or there are so many mechanisms for reporting. All entities are involved in this.
Thank you so much. Uganda, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes, please.
Not government of Uganda, but from Uganda. Is that okay?
That's all right.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you to the panelists. And the young person really shared with us graphic pictures of what happens to children and young people. My question is to Yvonne, and it's basically, I first of all agree with you that I think the time is now for us to bring the business sector at the table so that they begin discussing this. Now my question is about a sector that is very unregulated, and yet it's pseudo business, and that is the people who bring in young house helps, child domestic work. They're it happens behind closed doors, and yet the children are exploited and they're given hazardous work. Some of them are even sexually abused. The case of a child of 10 years that I was telling you yesterday was actually a domestic worker who was brought to take care of a child, and she was brought at 5 to take care of a baby, and so she grew through. And so how do we bring in that category? How do we bring in the families that are employing these people? That is one.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you.
Yes, please, that's all we can take now at this time. I'd like to give the panelists 1 minute each, please, strictly, by starting with Okeke. I don't know if you have any response. You have just 1 minute to respond, and then after that, Ms. Yvonne, you take over. Thank you. 1 minute each.
Okay, I will just say that indeed the business sector has a lot of roles to play, because we have, as he said, we have a lot of children being taken to domestic workforce, that's to babysit baby, that's a baby with a baby. So you have someone by 5 taking care of someone of 1 year. So how do you expect this person to have the mental growth of taking care of a baby? Yeah, so.
Thank you so much. Yvonne?
Thank you so much. And I'd just like to take off from where Okeke just really left us off with that very candid reflection about a child, taking care of a child. So the reflection from Uganda is really critical, and I think it's really important that as CSOs, we begin to also consider child rights and business as a key thematic area. We really need to engage with the findings of the African Continental Study on Children's Rights and Business, tease out the recommendations, and use the existing soft laws that were presented to really train and raise awareness to families, to labor markets, to trade unions and chambers of commerce. As I mentioned previously, it's a multi-sectoral approach, and it also needs a lot of us to come together to ensure that we are going to the communities and to the ground to ensure that we are addressing these issues. So there's no one approach that will work, but we are leveraging on the convening role of civil society organizations to really begin training these informal businesses on children's rights. So I'd also just want to also bring to the fore the importance of academia and think tanks. There's really a paucity of data and research. As you hear, there are 10-year-olds working in households, but this is overt, but it's anecdotal. We don't have anecdotal evidence. We have anecdotal evidence, so we really are calling upon, it's a clarion call for think tanks and academia to begin to really investigate how we can be able to address these issues in a largely unregulated sector.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. And just before we wrap up, I'm wondering if the chair of the working group has any intervention at this time.
Oh, merci. Je pense.
Thank you so very much. I believe that the panel is about to close. I think we should come back to the basic reflection, which is about to midwife who generate solutions from the challenges which are ours. As you have ably noted, most of the African economies are largely informal, and this is an opium to the right of the children. The solution which we have to generate is to change our perspective. We should not be on cynicism, which is taking us to dwell on the visions of others. For instance, the issues of bankerization or banking of Africa, the solutions which were generated in Africa are crisscrossing borders. For instance, the solution on Pesa, which was generated in Kenya using a sub-banking solution. This is one African solution, innovating solution based on the elements which are ours. I think the solution pertaining to the protection of the children on the informal sector will require us to ponder on endogenous solution. Well, in sum, I think we should think Afrotopia in using our geography and our issues. Asusabe, thank you so very much.
Honorable Kembo, and just before I draw it to a close, this panel, I'd like to also just add that for state to actually have a practical intervention, there is a need to simplify registration requirements for informal business actors. So one of the reasons why it's more convenient for people to operate outside the rules of the regulatory framework could be the simplicity and ease and flexibility. So states need to actually, for those to capture those small-scale actors, to simplify registration requirements,
provide access to finance, increase legal and social protections, especially for children, increase and devote significant resources to boosting infrastructural development. And of course, like we hear from the panel and from the interventions on the floor, there is a need to raise awareness, train and increase capacity around the hazards that children face. And of course, revise their back-to-school program. Some states do not have a back-to-school program for children that are falling off due to poverty. There is a need to look at that. And with that, I'd like to invite everyone to give a wonderful round of applause to this panel. And I'll hand over the mantle back to Honorable Manima. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our last panel, but more importantly, the three panels that have taken us through the afternoon. We started off with the child rights-based approach to climate change with a focus on adaptation. Then we went on experience sharing on national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up. And we have finally rounded up with safeguarding children's rights in the informal business sector. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you for engaging intellectually and ensuring that the conversations were stimulating and active. A round of applause to all of you. And I have one more step to take to ask Ayalu to give us insights on administrative issues, I think relating to tomorrow, and whether we still have our tea outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Robert. Thank you, colleagues. What we have distributed, the pins are like prizes for you because you have stayed long here. Oh, now you see, I did not see that coming. That there are people who did not get. We really appreciate that you've stayed this long. We had one panel in the morning that we had to stop, that's on children with disabilities. There were brilliant presentations. The chairperson of the working group said that if colleagues have questions to the panelists, they can share those questions so that they can reflect, as we need to also be fair to all the presentations made, because panelists, they take their time to prepare and come and share their views and opinions on matters, on the various matters that they are assigned to. So I think it would be just wise for us to ask if there is one or two questions with regard to the very first panel that we had. So with your permission and indulgence, as we have given you the prizes, so you so please allow me to give the floor back to the Honorable Chairperson of the Working Group on Children with Disabilities so that he can just receive one or two questions, and then we call it a day. And then I'll come back to the remaining issues. With regard to the tea and coffee, of course, we're still there. You can, as you go home, you can grab your tea and coffee. But I'll also do some announcements with regard to the program that we're going to have tomorrow. The floor is yours, Honorable Abu Bakr.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we were given a gift by the committee. We had an expose on an important topic for the children living with disabilities. There was a presentation on the children living with disabilities. Should you have any questions, you have 10 minutes. On the second issue was based on the experiences of Algeria for the children living with disabilities. The Algerian experience was exposed. Can we apply it throughout Africa? Should you have any questions, we give you 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Should you want to pose your questions, mostly welcome. 10 minutes. Thank you.
I help you with the list, Honorable Abubakrin. So we have Algeria, we have Retta over there, and Stella. We have 3 questions. Algeria, Retta, and Stella. I think the representative from Algeria, the Honorable Chairperson, has given you the floor. It's not working?
Mr. Chair, in the morning I presented the experience of Algeria in protection of people with disability, and there was no chance to for discussion, and then it was in my mind to ask my colleagues if they have any inquiries or any comments or anything that I can be able to give to them before the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abubakrin. I think the one thing that might not have been discussed with regard to the children with disabilities is the role of community-based rehabilitation programs, CBR. As we call them. So I don't know, this is, if we will do injustice if we don't talk about CBR when we talk about the rights of children with disabilities. They really provide that important service at the very early stage, so that children with disabilities are able to attend schools, participate in various social activities and so on. So have you seen any, from the study that was conducted, have you seen this program being scaled up, or is it being going down? What kind of scenario exists at this moment with regard to CBR programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is basically with regard to the children that are most likely to miss out or fall through the cracks, especially when we generalize children with disability. And specifically, my interest is in children who are visually impaired and who also cannot speak. So they're deaf, and I'm using this language in quote unquote, and dumb. And so they use what we call tactile to read. So the cost of educating a child in tactile can run a primary school for 1 year. And because it's a very, very costly effort, many governments shy away from it. So is there any chance that this study came up with any recommendation towards investing in specific categories of children with disabilities so we don't miss them out? That is one. And then my other area of specialty is violence against children, and a lot of children with disability suffer violence, especially at the hands of physiotherapists, because they cannot report. Those who are deaf or visually impaired cannot see the abusers. Where is the space for these children, and how can we take care of them? Thank you.
I think these are the, okay. There is one. I see a flag is raised next to Michael. Around you, there is a flag which is raised, or it's an old flag. All right. I think these are the questions, Honorable Abubakrin. Maybe over to you.
Thank you for my colleagues to these questions with regard to the programs for protecting children with disabilities. We have 2 types of programs, pedagogical programs and entertainment programs and training programs in order to enhance the abilities of children. So the program for this, the pedagogical one is a challenge for all the institutions. Why? Because previously attending to mentally challenged children was done in one institution. Today, the problem here is that the attention to children with disability should be according to their specificities, where there are no challenges when it comes to studies in Algeria. When deciding the pedagogical program for children with autism, or have mentally schizophrenia or some kind of mentally challenged children. So here, this one has a challenge, but there is some kind of reform, a lot of reform in these programs. When we say, with regard to the deaf and dumb, and this visual impaired student in Algeria, there are digital sections. With regard to the deaf and dumb, we have highly sophisticated technologies to be used for the deaf and dumb. At the moment, there is a high school that is launched for training of teachers. Of course, capabilities are not enough, but we have to enhance the abilities and the capacity of those who are training. And we have taken strides, very fast strides in this regard. And for the blind, we are using a computer system which is specialized for those who are blind. The second point, that specialized institutions are not enough, given the large number of children with disabilities. With regard to the experience of Algeria, we have reached a stage where we have a long waiting lists. However, we found some solutions. Solutions in the beginning is to transform certain institutions that do not have a lot of production. Despite this, it was not enough. So, as my colleague suggested, investing in specialized institutions, we have made legal stipulations what involved institutions. And what happened is that we have assimilated all children with disabilities and with specialized schools. With regard to violence against children, with reference to the children with those visually impaired children, when it comes to children protection, we say that Algeria gives holistic protection, and there is affirmative action when a child is disabled. We have put in place all the mechanisms to make sure that there is a way of reporting. And also, we got schools in hospitals. We worked with the imams in the mosques, with the civil society, and also we worked with children, meaning that the level of sensitization reached out to children, and it is acceptable. The level of children now, we receive reporting from children themselves, a child reporting about himself or herself or about their colleagues. And the experience has proven that many of cases have confirmed the feasibility of this reporting, which led to intervention by the authorities. Thank you very much.
Donc, s'il n'y a plus de questions, on va essayer de de clôturer ce panel.
If there is no question, maybe we can close this channel, this panel on the children with disability. We have elaborated a report, very useful to states. We have experiences from certain countries. All these questions will rarely have a response from this report. We ask all the countries to disseminate all these
aux États de bien vouloir
We are requesting from a member state and state to utilize the Algerian experience with regard to supporting the children living with disabilities. Earlier, should you have any questions, you may speak to her in the corridor. Now, having said this, I would flow back to the panelists. I thank all of you. I thank you, all of you.
One point to finish with is that children with disability, they have received golden medals, and this comes in the context of improving the rights of children. We have achieved a lot of things in this regard.
Congratulations to Algeria for the medals of the Paralympic Games held in France. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, the representative of Algeria. This platform is the purpose of this platform is exactly this: to share experiences, to benchmark, for us, for all of us to learn, for other policymakers also to learn from the experience, for you also to learn from others. So we do really appreciate for extensively sharing the experience of Algeria. I have two announcements. One, tomorrow we're going to have a special session focusing on violence against children, specifically focusing on the guidelines that the committee has adopted. These guidelines are developed in collaboration with the African Child Policy Forum, ACPF. They are here with us, and we're going to have this session specifically with regional economic communities. We have representatives of regional economic communities from 6 organizations, from 6 regional economic communities. So it's going to be a very interesting session as well, that we're going to learn a lot from the experiences of the various regions for us to know what's happening with regard to the normative standards, developments, opportunities and challenges on matters related to violence against children, but also to see the opportunities where we can actually disseminate the guidelines of the African Committee of Experts on the right and welfare of the child with regard to violence against children. But in addition to that, we have a special session sponsored by the Coalition of Good Schools. It's a launching event. It's a side event immediately after the committee's program on violence against children with the regional economic communities and civil society organizations to launch the Continental Policy Mapping Report on preventing violence against children in schools. Stella here is a focal person for that. If you'd like to know more about this event, you may reach out to her and discuss with her. So that will be held exactly at 12 o'clock, immediately after the session that we're going to have. So we're going to start the registration at 8:45 and start the session at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow we're going to have only half a day engagement. That's the first announcement. Second, unfortunately, so it's not in our interest to let you go, but many people are leaving tomorrow. So those colleagues who've been sponsored by the committee, and traveling tomorrow morning. We have, I think, 23 guests traveling through the airport here in Maseru. So I'm going to announce the time that you should be at the reception for your trip to the respective airports. Those who are traveling through the airport in Maseru, and some of you are traveling through the airport in Bloemfontein in South Africa. So those of you whose flights are at 7:55, you should be at the reception to depart at 6 a.m. through the Maseru, or I'm talking about the one in Maseru. Those of you whose flights are at 11:15, you should be ready to leave the hotel at 9:30, 9:30 a.m. Those of you whose flights are at 16:25 in the afternoon, you should leave the hotel at 2:45.